Yeah! No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Let's do this. Let's take some of the best anglers in the world, some of the ones with the most accolades you could bestow, and let's put them in a top 10 on one of the best lakes in the country. That's what we've done today. The AFTCO Bassmaster lead at Lake St. Clair, Macomb County, Michigan. This is Championship Sunday. Welcome to the Bassmaster Elite Series. The top 10 anglers heading out today. First place, $100,000 on their mind. It's the end of the season. Every single day of fishing is one you don't want to take for granted. And like we said, we have 7 Elite Series champions in our field. 2 excellent rookies looking for their first Elite Series title. 1 former college champion with a lot of expectations placed upon all 10 of these anglers. And on top of that, 1 through 10, just 3 pounds, 3 ounces separated. It should be a great championship Sunday here at Lake St. Clair. We are so happy to be in the great state of Michigan, especially around July and August. What a great time to be there for fishing. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Ronnie Moore. That is legendary Hall of Fame angler Davey Height, and our guy over there, the stats and statistics and the guru, Mike Sukon. Davey Height, what a fantastic top 10 anglers we have. What a great lake it has been. Big weights every single day. If you bring anything less than your A game, you're left on the sidelines. Probably didn't make any money this week.
Yeah, Thursday morning was a surprise somewhat, but not really. We're at Lake St. Clair, the best anglers in the world, but here it is, Championship Sunday. We have 10 great anglers who have been really catching them all week long. You could not stumble not one part of one single day here. Our anglers yesterday, all the top 10 that we have now, all caught 21 pounds or more smallmouth bass yesterday. It's going to be a shootout.
Mike Sukon, 1st to 10th. I love smallmouth bass tournaments because with our elite pros, everyone is still in the game. 1st to 10th, just 3 pounds, 3 ounces. There's only about a 12-ounce lead from 1st to 2nd.
It's tight. Everybody's got a limit. This tournament is very unique. I've never heard this before. Our top several guys have said the conditions are right. I'm going to win. We never hear too many guys verbalize, I'm going to win. You Taku say, Taku time. Luke Palmer says it could get wild out there. He could win. Schmitt, too, and Cifuentes. They're all pretty confident going out there today.
That's one big thing that we also have on the docket storyline-wise is that we have 9 of our top 10 within a relatively small area. It has been the best area at Lake St. Clair. We have one guy doing something way different. We will see if Joey Cifuentes can come from 2nd place and overcome the little bit of deficit and hold off the rest of the field to win his 2nd Elite Series event of his rookie season. Who takes home the win, though? I got to get one name from each of you. I'll save mine for last. I want to hear what you have. Such, go first.
I'm going Taku time.
Taku Ito, okay.
Smallmouth Disneyland. I think he's got the fish and find the big ones, and the conditions are right for him. I'm just going with Taku.
Davey Height?
Yeah, this is a tough one. You know, normally I can really narrow it down and I think maybe 1 or 2 anglers, but I really think any of the top 10 have a chance to win today. I've been going with Koya Fujita all week long. I've kind of slid away from him a little bit between Joey Cifuentes and Taku Ito. I really think one of those 2 guys will hold the trophy up this afternoon.
Well, all 3 of us will somewhat agree then, because my pick of the day would be Joey Cifuentes. We will see if he can be the one different guy in our top 10, and he can take the title doing it his own way. We've got our picks. We've got our top 10. Now let's take you to our playing field for the Minn Kota Unlock the Lake, the 7th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series season. You have a couple different lakes in play here. Lake St. Clair is our host lake. It is the lake where 90%, 95% of the anglers have fished this week. Lake Erie has absorbed 1 or 2 guys, but those guys were left below the cut line, did not make it to semifinal Saturday. Lake Huron had a couple fish weighed in from there, but Lake St. Clair, Davey Height, that has been the focus area.
It absolutely has. You look at Lake St. Clair, just in itself is 430 square miles of fishable water. And when I say fishable water, you'll see some of these anglers are literally out in the middle of Lake St. Clair. It's pretty much featureless and shallow throughout, so these smallmouth bass could be in the very center of this lake or up on the shoreline. We've seen anglers everywhere. And then you've got the St. Clair River, part of Lake Huron, you see there to the north, which obviously Lake Huron is huge, but it's amazing. Typically in these tournaments, it seems like the bucket of gold is farther and farther away. We saw some anglers on day 1 run 80 miles, but most of the fish have been caught within 10 miles of the takeoff.
It's absolutely been phenomenal, and yeah, the biomass of baitfish and smallmouth have been so close to the takeoff for the most part. When it comes to a rock-solid angler, Joey Cifuentes has been in our top 5 all tournament long. Since day one, he jumped out to a good bag early on day one and has stayed in contention every single day. We had a couple guys battling in the lake. Brandon Card just coming up shy of our top 10 also from the lake. Luke Palmer, as you see there, is our day 3 leader. Got a lot of anglers right behind him, and this man, Taku Ito, you'll hear it quite frequently today. Smallmouth Disneyland, that is the place that he found at the St. Lawrence River. He would love to go back to that and harness that energy. Joey Cifuentes is an Elite Series champion. So is Taku Ito. We have 7 of those in our field. Luke Palmer got his title this season along with Joey Cifuentes. Brian Schmitt, anytime we're up north, he is a dangerous man, multiple titles, one of the winningest anglers of all time. Greg Hackney, 6-time Bassmaster winner. It's been a couple years since he's won. Will Hackney do it? Brandon Lester fished 8 years without a win, got 2 last season. We'll see if he can get his 3rd of the year or 3rd of his career. And Frank Talley making some key calls yesterday afternoon to jump into our top 10. He is a champion as well. As we see earlier this morning, these anglers have been fishing for about 1 hour out at Lake St. Clair. We got to see them at takeoff as Dave Mercer and the fans who gathered on the dock got to send out the top 10 in Macomb County, Michigan, right there at Brandenburg Park. And we got to talk to them as they idled out, got their thoughts together.
It's gonna be fun. Oh man, I ain't felt this. I've never been like, normally I'm pretty laid back about them. Santee, I was not worried, I just chilled out. Yesterday I was nervous all day long, and I don't know why. I was just nervous. Well, I thought I had 20 pounds, I was gonna miss the cut, but I didn't. I was nervous last night. We sat at the house and I was like shaking. Like, what is wrong with me? I mean, normally it's just ta-da, hang out, and but I don't know, it's because I know it can happen. These 3 days have been the worst 3 days I've been here as far as catching fish and size-wise. So, I mean, I know there's a 24, 25, 26 pound bag where we're at, and it's a matter of putting them in the boat. If we can fish clean today and execute, I hope we can get the right 5 and do it. I want to do it.
I feel good. I feel great. I'm ready to catch some fish, some big fish. Got a chance to win a tournament. I mean, shoot, you don't get that all the time. And this is my 2nd time this year. So it'd be pretty cool if I could maybe get another dub, and we'll see. But I'm looking forward to today. If the weather's nice out there and we get the right bites and we find them, that's going to be the trick today, is finding those big ones. And if I can do that, hopefully that spot still has plenty of good fish on it. But like I said, I'm staying there all day and do a little expanding on it, and we'll see what happens.
Luke Palmer, Joey Cifuentes, number 1 and number 2, and there's the story right there. 9 of our top 10 all in Anchor Bay. That has been, as Mark Zona, one of our other broadcast co-hosts, has said, that is where most of the bait fish have lived, and the smallmouth, there's no reason for them to go elsewhere. Joey Cifuentes is the lone guy in the lake trying to make it work, and he's done so well for 3 days. As we head out to Luke Palmer, both of these guys, 1st and 2nd, Davey Height, looking for their 2nd elite win of the season and of their career. That's something you don't normally see in an Elite Series season, is a couple guys with chance at 2 wins.
Yeah, absolutely. It's unusual to have 2 wins in one season. There are a lot of anglers and great successful anglers out on the Bassmaster Elite Series tour that haven't won 2 blue trophies in their entire career, so it'd be tremendous for one of those to be able to do it twice in 1 year. Luke Palmer fishing farther back in Anchor Bay than the rest of the anglers, and for this time of the year, it's a little surprising. I think that's why the other anglers are gathered up kind of in the center of the bay, and he's had the back of the bay to himself.
Ain't not that big. I have 4 6s with this, and I'll be all right. Shaking like a damn leaf. These fish know it's cold and I don't really want to get wet.
telling that Luke Palmer looking for his second win in one season. He realized after that first win in April earlier this year what it means to win the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Lord. Didn't blank. It's flush, right? Numero uno. Oh. Number one.
What was that on?
That was on a drop shot. Just
You
that
mentioned
fish
it, Davey,
there finally raised up where I seen him way out
of
there.
a win. You kind of feel that as an angler. The opportunities don't come along too frequently. And for Luke Palmer, growing up in a small town in Oklahoma, owns a hardware store with his family, and does that when he's not catching bass at a high level in the Elite Series.
To get to being elite, it's something special. I mean, there's 104 of us in the entire world. That's a very, very, very small percentage. And to be considered that, that's a, I don't like saying it's a big deal, but it's kind of a big deal.
25 pounds, 15 ounces, 25-15. Hold them high and get loud, South Carolina. Palmer prevails, his very first Bassmaster Elite Series title on Championship Sunday. He is a Bassmaster Elite Series champion. Big bass, a big stage, a big dream.
Still does not register for me. I never really thought I'd be doing this at all in my lifetime. I really thought I'd be at the hardware store, which would be 100% fine, but getting a win, I think, helps soothe that mind of mine to where I say, maybe fishing's where it's going to be at.
Luke Palmer looking for a second win, like we said. He would win both of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elites this year, the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper, and possibly this one as well. And if he did so, Davey, he's most likely going to have the two highest winning weights of the season so far, 96 plus pounds at Santee, and this one you're going to probably have to break 90 pounds today to win this event.
Yeah, a lot of us didn't think it would take 90 pounds to win here this week, but it's absolutely going to.
Whoa.
Wow.
He's reeling his bait in and had it almost to the boat, and that fish,
Wow.
grabbed it. Things are going your way when that happens. Fujita and Taku Ito really hoping for calmer winds today than what they had yesterday. They're totally relying on their forward-facing sonar, and you see those fish a lot better when you can keep those transducers. Especially the one on trolling motor, you can keep it in the water. We saw some yesterday. You couldn't even keep the transducer in the water.
What an incredible bite. A bonus fish, basically.
Yes.
Kept a streak of nice landings there.
Yeah.
Isn't
Yeah.
struggle as much at the
Is
side of
the
the boat.
epitome of efficiency.
Many.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in, these smallmouth bass, when you get them close to the boat and they're not allowed to use dip nets, you have to, with light line, you can't just flip them over in the boat, you grab them with your hand. It can be very difficult. You'll see that today, I'm sure, for some of these anglers.
They hate
Koya,
boats.
very efficient.
They get that surge of energy when they get near the boat, then they get another surge when your hand gets close to them.
Yes.
I would probably act that way too if someone tried to put their hand in my mouth, Such. So, Fujita, a prodigy.
Yeah.
They call him the Prince of Japanese angling. To put it in perspective, we've seen a lot of great Japanese anglers come to the United States and excel in the Bassmaster Elite Series. Most of them do so in their early to mid 30s, some of them closer to their late 30s, early 40s. He has done so in his mid 20s. He has found success so early in his career in Japan. They're not allowed to fish high-level tournaments until they're over 18 years old. So he has won 4 Angler of the Years, 6 events in just a 6 or 7 year span over there. And now he is doing well and excelling on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Here is your unofficial leaderboard via Bass Track of what's happened so far this morning. You see Joey Cifuentes in 10th. He is still making his way to his area to get settled in and fish. Meanwhile, the other 9 have been fishing since 5 minutes after takeoff. Taku Ito in the lead, 83.2 right now. Cooper Gallant, 80 pounds, 5 ounces. Yo-Yo Fujita, third place. Jacob Fouts in fourth. We will be right back from Lake St. Clair.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Hey guys, Bassmaster Elite Series Pro Luke Palmer. We're here at the Great Lake St. Clair, and we've caught a ton of fish this week. It has been awesome. I mean, my hands are just tore plumb up, but a couple of key baits that I've kept in my hand have potentially, hopefully I can win this thing with. One has been the new Great Lakes drop minnow. I've actually got it rigged up on a ball head. I'm throwing it out above these fish and just hovering it, just like Christy did with the sonar minnow. I'm using that bait and keeping it above their head, and those fish are coming out of that grass or off the bottom and coming up and eating the bait. I'm throwing that on a 7-foot buku from Falcon with 7-pound test unlined sniper, the leader, and with a 12-pound SX1 braid. My other bait that has produced a lot of my fish for me is Yum's Warning Shot. I've got it rigged up on a drop shot with 8-pound test, Sunline Sniper, and 12-pound braid again, and I've got it on a 7-foot Cara from Falcon. I'm targeting these fish with live scope, throwing it to them and actually dropping this bait right in front of them. If they're aggressive enough, when that bait hits the water, they're coming from 11, 12, 13 feet and catching this bait before it's even getting anywhere near the bottom. So it's a really cool way to catch them. Both ways the fish are coming up to the bait and really annihilating it. So it's a lot of fun, a lot of that clack, and then the drag goes to screaming. It's a lot of fun. So those two baits are what's keeping me in it on here in St. Clair.
Bass Pro Shop's top lures with Luke Palmer. Also saw him mix in a tube for a catch or two early in this event. He's looking to win his second Elite Series title of the 2023 Bassmaster Elite Series season. And when we come up north, you know, there's a couple of shortlist anglers that we know will factor. You know, it's more surprising when they slip up than when they're in the top 10. And for this man right here, Taku Ito, he is one of those guys that we expect to win. When he made his debut on the Bassmaster Elite Series his rookie year, he made 3 straight top 10s, starting at Lake St. Clair and going to our next 2 places as well, Lake Champlain and the St. Lawrence River. So he'll be one to keep an eye on the rest of the Elite Series season as well, but doing what he does best, Davey Height.
Yeah, absolutely. Using his forward-facing sonar, and Taku spends a lot of time pre-fishing these areas and finds these little subtle changes in the vegetation and a little hard bottom. So he's got a lot of areas that he still hasn't even fished on the 4th day.
Not big.
Taku has become a fan favorite in a very short time. He's so happy, so positive when he's out on the water, whether he's having a great tournament like he's having this week or even when he's having the difficult ones. He's always got a good positive attitude and a smile on his face.
Cutie bass. Yeah, kawaii. Very cute. Kawaii.
One's a little throwback, no help, because Taku Ito has his 5 bass limit. 5 bass limit, then you have to start culling and making upgrades, and that one will not upgrade. And Davey Height, quick morning for him. Not the biggest limit we've seen, but we've seen someone each day jump out to the lead and everyone start chasing them in after they catch a good 15 to 17 pounds.
Yeah, we heard Luke Palmer talking to us before takeoff about how nervous he was. The 15 pounds that Taku has in his live well right now is not going to win him that blue trophy, but it just makes you fish easier and calmer and make good decisions. You've got a good solid limit in your boat. So Taku got a great start this morning, no doubt about it.
Taku Ito has overcame so much adversity just to make it to the United States, way away from his family, just to provide at the top level of bass fishing.
Yes! Dreams do come true!
Taku time! I learned to bass fishing, bank fishing, so no boat fishing. Because in Japan, the bank fishing is very famous. Junior high school, I started watching Bassmaster. So my dream is a U.S. tournament.
He needs 21 pounds, 7 ounces. 19 pounds, 6 ounces. 19.6.
Bassmaster Elite, my dream. I want to win Bassmaster Elite Series. So today I won. I won the Bassmaster Elite Series. Dream come true. Big bass, big stage, big dream, Bassmaster.
Taku Ito, ladies and gentlemen. Dreams that do come true.
Taku Ito, one of the brightest stars in our sport, and he has our marathon peak performance from the morning so far. He is in our lead. Almost makes you want to tear up knowing that he saw a fishing video game when he was a child, and he got to fish each lake against some of the best anglers in the game and tried to make the Bassmaster Classic, and that's where his dream started. And then he started watching Bassmaster events and really learned about tournament fishing as well. And here he is at the top level, inspiring so many others. So we head out to Joey Cifuentes, a long way from the rest of our field, getting his day started.
Yeah, look at the maps. You see Joey Cifuentes is out in the middle of Lake St. Clair, probably 10, 12 miles away from the rest of the field over in Anchor Bay.
It's not a great big one, but I'd like to get it in the boat and it not come off. It's really not even fighting that hard. Ah, golly. Come here. 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 All right. Well, we landed that one successfully. Whew. Might be a 3-pounder.
Not one that he necessarily desires to bring to weigh in. 3.5 pounder possibly, 3.5 pounder, maybe his smallest of the day. But Joey Cifuentes, like we mentioned, an Elite Series champion already this year. This is his 7th Elite event and his chance at winning his 2nd title.
Oh my gosh, I can't. It's in my fingers and it ain't coming out. That's a good one. Look how fat that fish is. If I had the opportunity to win 2 tournaments in the same year, there's just not very many people that's done that. And it's not a goal that I have on the board, you know, it's something you don't really like, man, I want to win 2 tournaments, like you try and go for 1. But now that I've got one under my belt, I would love to yeah, it'd be sweet. And plus it's my rookie year and win 2 tournaments doing that, it'd be awesome. Come here.
One more before we finish.
Yeah, got her. No, it took forever.
Hey there, anglers. I'm Fox Weather's Craig Herrera, and this is the Bassmaster Elite Forecast. Taking a look at the weather out on St. Lake Clair in Michigan. Boy, sunshine today, a whole lot better. Temperatures are going to be up into the mid-70s or so. We do have a light breeze coming through, anywhere between 10 and 15 miles per hour. The water temperatures right into the low to mid-70s. Good luck to everyone. Hey, remember, you can download the Fox Weather app, and you can always stream Fox Weather from your favorite connected TV device. Have a great day.
Our guy, Craig Herrera, light and breezy, 10 to 15. On the Great Lakes, I'd rather it be 10 than 15, and so hopefully it stays that. But yes, cooler. Basically, that huge storm that rolled through Friday evening, Saturday morning has blown a lot of cooler weather in, so the high not getting near 90, to stay in the 70s today. Taku Ito, your unofficial leader on the top of the leaderboard. Cooper Gallant right behind him. Kyoyo Fujita, Jacob Fouts, Brandon Lester are your top 5 right now. That is not too shabby of a 6 through 10 either. They're just a few fish away as they're starting to get their days going. But also, as we take a look at our Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year race, it's worth noting because we have 3 out of our 10 fishing today that are all first-year anglers on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Joey Cifuentes fighting off Kyoyo Fujita. Will Davis having a tough event this week, dropping back a little bit. Brian Smith from the West Coast really hanging tough this season. And Cooper Gallant, 5th place, also in our top 10.
Sands is outside the classic cut right now, but something like 6 rookies could make it for sure, and maybe 7 if he climbs in there.
For sure. David Gaston in 6th place has had a really good season as well. The big question for some of those Southern rookies is, could they do well on the Northern swing? And so they have 2 more chances to get some points. Joey's hooked up with possibly fish number 2.
Got you, buddy. Please be a smallmouth. Is it a walleye? No, it's not a walleye. Don't jump. Golly, it's, oh my gosh, it's a giant.
What a fish.
Please stay on. Oh, please stay on, baby. That thing was so long, I thought it was a walleye.
The reason Joey's out in the lake, kind of down on the southern end of Lake St. Clair. Not catching as many fish as anglers in Anchor Bay, but you see the size of this one. It only takes 5 on a live well like this to have a great chance to win.
Come on now, come on now. Be easy now. Please stay on there. Oh, man, she's...
Talked about it a little bit yesterday. Where Joey's at is traditionally the area of Lake St. Clair where the bigger smallmouth are caught this time of year. It's a little unusual to see as many, I guess 9 of our top 10 being in Anchor Bay for it being late July.
Please get in this boat.
Pretty fish, but we need some 5s today. We'll take it for now, though.
Please get in this boat.
Davey, the difference, though, Anchor Bay fish being 12, 13 feet deep, maybe 11 at some places, versus Joey Cifuentes being 18. Normally we see people fishing in a foot of water or 20 feet of water. There's not much difference here, but it is a big difference because this place is so flat. These fish are miles out into the lake compared to just being close to shore.
Yeah, and it varies every year. That's why I say it's so unusual to see 9 of our top 10 in Anchor Bay this time of the summer. It's simply after the spawn, those fish go where the food's at. And a lot of bait, a lot of crawfish are still in Anchor Bay. That's why so many fish are still there.
Oh, come on, come on, come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Be so easy with these fish. A lot of these anglers using 6 or 8 pound test fluorocarbon leader. When you're looking at a 5 pound smallmouth.
It ain't a 5, I don't think, but it's a big one.
4.5 pound smallmouth, let's say.
Either way. Thank you, Lord. Oh, Oh man, that's a good one. If I can get my line out. Look at that. Look at this right here. Just barely skin hooked right there in the top of the mouth. Unreal.
That's exactly why you have
All
to
right.
be so gentle with these fish.
Woo!
Small
That's a good
hooks,
one.
light line.
She's pretty fat too.
Put too much pressure on them, you'll lose them.
Normally it seems when something goes awry on a fish catch, when you have that little hook that pegs those fish, they can't really shake it. If anything goes wrong, it's something you did. Pulling too hard, not pulling hard enough. All of the equipment needs to be balanced. Joey.
We got a 5-pounder in the boat already.
Number 2 is a 5-pounder.
Biggest fish of the day.
Woo! I'm talking about. That's awesome.
So Joey seemed like he was really falling back because other anglers already had 5 fish in the live well.
Great way to start the day.
That's a
right
big
there.
reason why you and I both think he's got a great chance to win today. He's not catching as many fish, but you catch 5-pounders and you're going to have a great chance to win.
Perfect. I can see him good when I find him.
5-pounder should put him at 76 1/4. It'll move him up from 8th place into our top.
Let me look real quick.
6 or so, but now well in range. With just 2 fish. Got to get to 5, and then we really start to see the race start to adjust and change. As Jacob Fouts, we saw him catch one while Joey was retrieving his second of the day. Looked like a smaller one that he boat flipped in, but Fouts is hooked up again, and this isn't unfamiliar territory. Jacob Fouts was our day 1 leader at the St. Lawrence River last year and had a really, really great event in what was the most fish-catchingest event we had seen other than maybe this one this year.
Great bang, but $3 1/4 probably.
What's cool about Jacob, grew up in Ohio,
There's about
then moved
6 of
down
them.
to Tennessee. So you might consider him a southern angler because he's been there for most of his, learning life in fishing. Won the college championship with teammate Jake Lee up in Minnesota fishing for largemouth. The next day they go start the bracket,
St. Clair
and
special.
he wins it with all smallmouth. So this guy is very versatile. Just when you put him up against the best 100 in the world, you look at the resume and you're like, this guy's not doing as well. Man, this is
tough
the
out there.
top tier, Davey. How you know that?
Yep, it's tough out there. Speaking of very versatile angler, Cooper Gallant, also a rookie out on Bassmaster Elite Series. Good season so far, but we're finally up in his neck of the woods, so to speak. Certainly looked for him to do great things, and he certainly did not disappoint. We got up here
Good one.
on Lake St. Clair.
Decent.
Not a lot of experience here on Lake St. Clair. Did some pre-fishing, but no tournaments here before this week. But he did his homework, and you can see he's in his comfort zone. Clear water, smallmouth bass. Just another one of those anglers you cannot count out. He's got a great chance to win today also.
Well, that fish should put him atop our leaderboard by ounces.
You normally look at a guy in 5th place and be like, he's got an outside shot. The top 3 or 4 may have a better shot. 5th place was just 1 pound, 10 ounces behind. That is just the slightest. That's a 22-10 day versus a 21 even day. And
Gallant was 16.5 on the day.
Been very consistent all week. Didn't have one of those 24, 25-pound stringers, but he's been very consistent all week. Catching a lot of his fish on fluke-style bait, a drop shot, a X zone, hot shot minnow, and then I think that fish we saw just there, the other bait that he's used a fair amount is a Ned head worm, a 1/4-ounce jig head, about a 3 or 4 inch stick bait.
over to Brian Schmitt.
Looks like he's long, but I don't think he's fat. No, stop.
Brian Schmitt was visibly upset and determined at the weigh-in on day 2. We get to watch him all day long. He had 20 pounds, 12 ounces, and he was upset. And I asked him last night to clarify even more so. He said he made a decision to leave an area, and then he's like, I'm not leaving that area, and I'm going to catch a big bag. He did that yesterday. I asked him. He said he wasted about 3 hours looking out in the lake. After he had 20 pounds, 12 ounces, he went out actually way out in the lake to look for some bigger fish, another school. Never came to fruition. He said, I'm going to stick to what I've been doing and expand on that in Anchor Bay. And boy, did he ever yesterday. But he knows he doesn't want to be in contention. He is a winner. And he wants to be a lot better off than just in contention.
And he made up some ground yesterday, came in with 23 pounds, 3 ounces, the biggest stringer of our top 10 brought to the scales yesterday.
Well, Davey, with fish everywhere, maximizing your time, like staying in Anchor Bay, is that really good, solid game plan?
Yeah, you want to maximize your time. These anglers have about 8 hours to fish, and the more time you can have your bait and your hook in the water, obviously your chances are better. But oftentimes when we're on a big playing field like this, you see anglers run 50, 60, 70 miles away, losing fishing time, but they're going to a more productive area. But it has been just the opposite this week. Most of the good stringers have come within 10 miles of takeoff. With such a big playing field, that's very unusual.
Well, you know, guys make those runs to find something they'll have to themselves.
Yeah, that's what you want. That's why Joey Cifuentes is, you know, you got to keep your eye on him today because he has a mile of area out in Lake St. Clair that he's caught fish in this week, and there's not another angler out there with him. A mile of good fishing water all to yourself doesn't happen very often in any tournament, let alone a Bassmaster.
Especially in the region of Lake St. Clair that he's in. This is such a good area. It just wasn't easy.
Yeah.
It wasn't easy, and these fish weren't always big, but every day it seems like he's starting to find a more frequent 5-pounder than he did the first day or two.
Needs about 2 1/4 pounds to retake the lead.
Taku Ito, smallest fish, a 2-pounder. We'll see if he gets rid of that one. That will be a little bit of a cull for him. Like you mentioned, Anchor Bay's been the spot. I've been asking anglers. Normally I don't say, hey, when did you find this area? But I've been doing that this week just to keep tabs on how they practice. Luke Palmer said he found his area at 6 p.m. one practice day. On his way in, he just decided to fish around until it got closer to dark. Found it. Brian Schmitt said, I launched in Brandenburg where our takeoff is and found it on the way out and found it on the way in. So they're all chasing Cooper Gallant and possibly Taku Ito. If Ito takes the lead with that fish we just saw him catch, Brian Schmitt 4th, Jacob Fouts, Brandon Lester, Joey Cifuentes, and more. Everyone's tightening up after getting closer to their limits. We'll be right back from Lake St. Clair. Thursday, it's a special night of baseball on Fox as Alex Bregman and the Astros take on Giancarlo Stanton and the Yankees, or the Pirates take on Christian Yelich and the Brewers. Catch the action Thursday at 7 Eastern on Fox. Apologies there, Giancarlo Stanton. Yankees and Astros, Brewers and Pirates. Speaking of Pirates, we're out here on the water bobbing around in what seems like the wild blue yonder, the big ocean considered Lake St. Clair. At times, you can't see any land around you on certain places at Lake St. Clair. You're out there feeling like you're in the Atlantic.
They might look pirates now, but you wait till that powerboat race this afternoon.
Yeah, exactly.
Good one.
Oh. Cooper Gallant, smallest fish, 2 pounds, and by the looks of that jump, that fish is much bigger than 2 pounds.
So much fun.
If he gets it, he's going to increase the
There's
big bag of the day.
4-pounders crawling on bottom everywhere. It's a big one. Come on, buddy. It's a good one, boys. Come on. I say that. I've been saying that a lot this week, and they're 1-pounders. They fight so hard. Ah, it's a good one. It's gotta be, yeah. Yeah, that's a big one. I need you. Oh yeah. Come here, little buddy. It's good.
This is difficult. It's Championship Sunday. Someone's going to win $100,000 for first place, hold a blue trophy over their head. But it's very important to be patient with these fish. Light line, very small hooks, and big smallmouth bass. You have to be patient.
Oh yes, boys. Big one. Yeah. Oh, I need you so bad. Come here. Yes. Yes.
Yeah! Let's go.
Oh, it fires me up so much. I love fishing.
Give me some, dude. Whew.
That's a big one. I'm fired up right now. Whew, my heart's going a million. What do I gotta do? I gotta call.
Key phrase there, my heart's going a million. Nothing like it.
It's always fantastic, Davey Height, when you are hooked up with one and you see a bunch more nearby. I got to get back out there, and in the meantime, while he gets the cull ready, we're going to name him the VMC Redline On Point of the Morning. Like Such said during our commercial break when we were chatting, biggest bag of the day so far. That is what you have to do if you're Cooper Gallant. You want to come from 5th place and take this title today.
Yeah, absolutely. Was not in the top 2 or 3 like we kind of expected him to be coming into the final day, but everyone knows Cooper Gallant. Our friend Dave Mercer has told us a lot about him and how competitive he is, and you look at his Bassmaster tournament results through the Opens. He's had a lot of success, almost made the elites about a year ago and then made them this year. It's not an easy feat. He's had a good year coming up north, and everybody said, including our friend Dave Mercer, watch out for him when we go to Lake St. Clair. And man, he is not disappointed. Someone that we thought would have a great chance to hold a blue trophy over his head on Sunday, and he is VMC Redline on point this morning because he came out of the gates sprinting, my friend, with a 5-fish limit, and now has taken the lead with this big smallmouth he's just put in the boat.
Put in as a forward 12, he's up to 19 pounds, 4 ounces today, 86 pounds, 1 ounce total.
What's cool is the young man was born in 1997. He's just 26 years old. Got to see him 8 years ago. Got my introduction to him at the high school championship in 2015. So if you have a goal you want to achieve, especially in the sport of fishing in the industry that we are in, you can have that dream as a teenager and come true just a few years later.
Luke Palmer, here with a really good fish hooked up, saying, not so fast.
Yeah.
Not so fast, my friend.
Gallant were to win, he'd be the
Y'all mind netting
third
this fish
rookie
over there?
winner this year on the elites out of 7 events.
As far as she just ran, she's
So
probably over there
unusual.
close to y'all.
Very unusual.
Fujita can do that as well.
Put it in the boat, it's one we need for the day. 3 1/4. When it was 10. That fish come off the bottom like 8 or 9 foot and hit it and ran 30 feet before I set the hook because I couldn't see her.
Luke Palmer just described what these anglers are able to see with their forward-facing electronics. See their bait in the water and the fish come from the bottom up to meet the bait close to the surface.
Call Kyle next time. Aaron didn't miss no fish catches. Yeah. Yeah, you better get every one today because there's probably not going to be very many. Well, there we go. And these people just keep fishing beside me. Oh, man. There's one of them. That narrow help.
It's really amazing how Luke Palmer is fishing so much farther back in Anchor Bay than most of these other anglers this late in the year. And he's just catching a different class fish than most of our top 10 anglers.
And I got to talk to him. Yesterday he said on stage, for his cameraman to kick him in a place that we can't mention if he switched baits up because he had figured out the bait that was catching him. He went farther north in Anchor Bay to where he's at, and that is where he's gotten away from the field. All of our anglers have been in a big cluster of a circle, basically, but any of those who wander out on the outskirts have seemingly upgraded with bigger fish. I said, is your outskirts closer to the main lake, like leaving Anchor Bay, where those points connect and make it more sheltered? He said, no, I've been actually going
just
way more north. I'll take a left out of takeoff. And he said, I've seen a lot more perch eaters
I don't think he's very big.
than crawfish eaters in his live well when he's been up there.
It was a really soft bite.
Greg Hackney, dangerous everywhere we go.
My goodness.
Yeah. Oh, that's why you can't count him out. When he's in the top 10, he's a proven winner.
And Luke Palmer, I mentioned, I haven't really had many people poking around in there, but Greg Hackney's not too far away.
Right.
And then Brian Schmitt mentioned his area that he had to himself. I haven't seen anybody in here, but Greg Hackney's been around. So Greg is sampling a couple places in Anchor Bay where a couple of our really confident anglers are at.
I don't think it's old hammerhead. It's not hooked real good. He's not hooked very good. He must have been hooked better than I thought. I didn't think he was big, but
Good one there for Greg Hackney. Looks like he's throwing a bait caster, which is a little unusual. Look like a swim bait, an underspin type bait. Let's see more of that.
One of the best of all time, Greg Hackney. It's been a couple years since his last Bassmaster Elite Series victory. Came close since his return to the Elites. And see him in our top 10 today. There they are, Cooper Gallant, already surpassing past winning weights here at Lake St. Clair. Only a few more winning weights to overcome to have the highest of all time at Lake St. Clair. We will see if that happens, and not if, but when he surpasses it. We'll be right back.
Yeah! No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here at the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair. What a beautiful place to be, and we're super excited to be in partnership with the Detroit Sports Commission. Thank you guys for hosting us this week. This is one of the sporting capitals of the world, not only pro sports in Detroit, but also the lakes and fisheries that surround the Great Lakes, Detroit metro area. And it has proved it this week, Davey Height. We are almost near the winningest weight of all time at Lake St. Clair, and we are just 2 hours into the fishing day on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, we were talking about this Thursday morning when we were just starting this Elite Series tournament on Lake St. Clair. The highest winning weight of an Elite Series tournament here, 88 pounds by Jason Christie, and we're definitely going to top that.
tricking.
He may not be very big, but he was following it. I let it go to the bottom. Then I didn't think he was going to get it, and that's what does make that thing awesome. You know, I'm watching. There was 2 of them out there. One of them looked big, but this one's not big. Floats in there. Forgot what my deal was hooked on.
Craig Hackney's 4th keeper.
A pound and a half. That's a tiny bass. Funny thing was, there was one out there that was really looked right.
It's crazy how everyone you catch is spitting up crawfish. Just like a 3-pounder.
Heard Jacob say that funny how everyone you catch is spitting up crawfish. It's really been hearing 2 different stories from the anglers, and it really depends on the area that they're in. It seems like the smallmouth that are being caught around the shorter grass, not tall, standing, emergent grass, have been spitting up a lot of crawfish, and then the anglers, especially like Luke Palmer, have been fishing back a little farther back in Anchor Bay where the grass is taller. A lot of those fish have just been spitting up perch.
And back where Luke Palmer's been, he said there was 2 types of grass. A little bit of that sand grass and then a lot of that cabbage as well. So he's getting a variety, and you can pan over one side or another and see differences in the grass, and know that they're 2 different strands.
I was researching St. Clair, Dave, and I saw the article said St. Clair tube, and they had it side by side with a crayfish that has a lot of that green in it.
Yes. This crawfish to a 5-pound smallmouth bass is like a live Maine lobster to you and I.
Yeah, that buffet. Good lobster at the buffet, yeah.
Great to have Jacob Fouts in our top 10 today. In his rookie season last year, he had 2 top 10s. Also did well in our northern swing at the St. Lawrence River. Wanted to bring you into the Bassmaster Studios real quick at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge to kind of cover, before we break that record officially, this is how the winning weights have stacked out in the 5 previous trips with the Bassmaster Elite Series to Lake St. Clair. 2013, we had 82 pounds, 4 ounces. That was one at the mouth of Lake Huron, all the way up the St. Clair River, about 30 miles or so from there. 2015, Todd Faircloth winning that event, 84 pounds, 7 ounces. We have surpassed that as well unofficially on Bass Track. 2017 was when Jason Christie won out in the middle of Lake St. Clair on the Canada side, a place that he said he's always trusted and relied on. Could not make it work this week. He was in the Anchor Bay group as well, but he had 88.8 in 2017. There were a couple big gaps as well. I think second was 86 pounds, third was 84, so he really ran away with that one considering how close these weights normally are. 2019, we had a 3-day event here, which always is later in the year. So last week of September, first week of October, 77.15 for Seth Feider. Absolutely dominated that one and was on pace for 100 pounds if it was a 4-day event. And then 2020, the last time we were here, it was one in Anchor Bay. There was only probably 1 or 2 guys in Anchor Bay. Bill Weidler taking the title with 86.7. So basically, guys, 86.7 is the next one that will fall, with Cooper Gallant being just a few ounces behind that, give or take. Whether his bass strike is completely accurate or not, he's already near that mark. And then Jason Christie, 88.8 is the mark that we're looking to break. Then yesterday, guys, I wanted to also mention this at the screen. The Angler of the Year race tightened up quite a bit yesterday. We saw gaps of 10 to 12, maybe 20 points throughout the week for the top 2 anglers. Well, Brandon Cobb fell back a little bit at weigh-in yesterday. Kyle Welcher rose up a little bit at weigh-in. They closed the gap to just 1 point between those two as we head to our final 2 events. Tyler Rivette and John Cox and Drew Cook all within 50 points as well. We'll also keep an eye on the guy in 6th place, Jay Shakirat. Came from 89 or 90 points back and is only 50 points or so back. He is one to watch as we get to Champlain and the St. Lawrence River. He finished 11th this week, and Such, that's the recipe for success. If you want to get back in the race, get a couple top 15s.
Oh, no doubt.
And you'll be right there.
Good stuff there. That's really interesting. If you look, the last time we were here, it was 1 in Anchor Bay. But other than that, real close to where Joey's fishing.
I'm having a blast. We got 3 good ones, I think. I don't know. I'm the worst person you'll ever meet when it comes to guessing how big they are, but I think I have 2 4-pounders and a 5-pounder, so good start. Again, I'm fishing where I haven't fished in the tournament. I need to expand and find some fresh fish. Ones that haven't been pressured, so I kind of got away from that area. I'm still in the area, I'm just like on the outskirts of it. And yeah, literally just caught a 5-pounder about 10 minutes ago. Right close to where I caught them 2 4-pounders. So I'm gonna milk this area for a little bit. And I don't know. There's got to be a couple more 5ers swimming around somewhere. Mental approach, same as every other day, man. Honestly, just come out, go fishing, have fun, and try and crack them. Yeah, just try not to think about it too much. Just do my best, try and catch 5 giants and see where we end up. But it's crazy to think that I have a legit shot at winning this thing if I can get, 3 more 5-plusers in the boat. It's doable, it's just a matter of getting on them. But I've been having fun this week on St. Clair. There's so many big ones that live out here. It's been a good time.
I like his attitude. Can't think about it a whole lot. It's hard not to.
No, it is hard not to, but man, when you fish free and natural, those are your most fun fishing days on the water. We were just talking about this, the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race. Brandon Cobb's been toting the mail on that one with top 20 after top 20 all season long. Big slip up last event, lost the lead, has regained it back by just 1 point over Kyle Welcher. Both of those anglers trying to right their wrongs, I guess, on their northern swing. It's not their strength, but they have a good enough lead that they can make it work, and they've had a phenomenal year so far. There's your top 10. Got a couple anglers competing today who are also putting their name in their hat for Angler of the Year. We'll be right back.
So did most of my damage today with 3 different rods. An EXO net zone on an Outcast tackle net head, 1/4 ounce, a drop shot with like more of a fluke style bait, and then a drop shot with more of a finesse style bait, the EXO and Hot Shot minnow. Probably do the same thing tomorrow, just keep it simple, 3 rods on the deck pretty well all day, and hopefully we can get some big bites.
Oh, yes.
Oh, it's a good one, boys.
That's the game plan, and he has executed it to perfection this morning. Almost 20 pounds already in the first hour and a half, 2 hours of the fishing day. Cooper Gallant on top of the leaderboard right now. Taku Ito right behind him. Jacob Fouts with a couple catches over the last 15 minutes has jumped into 3rd place from, I believe, 8th place starting the final day. Joey Cifuentes, just a few fish, not even to his limit yet. Everyone in the field in the top 3 has a limit. Joey has less than a limit. Brian Schmitt has 5 as well in 5th place. As we head out to Anchor Bay with the Anchor Bay boys.
Anchor Bay boys. You have to pay attention to what you're saying. Less than a limit, you see those anglers that are down by a few pounds, but if they've only got 2 in the boat, and we expect all of them to get their 5-fish limit, they've got a lot of room to grow with 3 fish to go to make a 5-fish limit.
When you see Brandon Lester's down by 9 pounds with 3 fish, that's a 5 and a 4, and we've seen those every segment this week.
This might be a 4 right here for Brandon Lester. Not a 4-pounder, but definitely helping. With only 3 in the live well so far. Brandon Lester using a Ned head jig, small stick worm. Green pumpkin, 1/4 ounce head. Very similar to what we see in Cooper Gallant use when he's not throwing a drop shot.
Just 2.6, which is about a 210.
Yep.
2.9, 2.5 pounder, just over 2.5.
We're gonna throw him in there for now.
Not the ones that you want to keep or get stuck with on Championship Sunday, but like you said, 3 fish. You got to get a limit before you can upgrade. Most of these guys have gotten a 16 to 17 pound limit, and then we see them upgrade to 20 pounds. It's not immediately the first 5 fish they catch is a 20-pound bag. It's normally they got to cull 2 or 3 times this week.
Yeah. And we've seen that all week. You see a few anglers like Taku Ito did this morning catch his 5-fish limit early and really separate himself from the field. But then you'll see the other anglers, as they get their 5-fish limit, close that margin.
I don't know what this is. It's big, though. Maybe it's... Doesn't feel like a smallmouth. Not sure.
Had some of the best hours for big fish later in the day here.
This will be Joey's 3rd keeper of the day if he gets it in the boat.
Be a big one.
From what we saw from him this morning, he had a 3.5 pounder and a 5 pounder, 2 really good ones, one that he definitely wants to take the weigh in.
Don't come off. Oh, yeah.
Oh, it is a smallmouth.
No.
Exactly what we were talking about just a minute ago before he hooked up with this fish. Can't get caught up with catching a lot of numbers here. You have to have 5 really nice quality smallmouth, and that's all you have to bring to the scales. That's all you can bring to the scales.
Come on, baby. Come on.
Get yourself in an area where you got a chance to catch those 4 and 5 pounders.
I just barely saw that fish come underneath my trolling motor when I went over that cabbage. Stay down.
Fishing around 18 feet of water. Said the cabbage at the highest will come up to around 10 feet deep.
Golly. Come here. No, come here. I got it! Hallelujah! Man, I was going over that cabbage and something just popped up out of it, out of that stuff, and I just dropped it down there and caught that fish. Oh, baby. This is good. Let's see here.
It's a 5 pounder.
Look how fat that fish is. It looks so good.
Looks exactly
It'll be a second
that.
one, right?
Yeah, it looks exactly like his number 2 keeper he just had about 30 minutes ago.
We got another 5-pounder. Unreal. Unreal. Thanks, guys.
He's had a great week so far, Davey Height. 22-10 on day 1. 24 even on day 2. That's the only other day we've seen him catch 2 5-pounders. It was his 24-pound day.
Sweet.
And 21-1 yesterday.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, yesterday being a slower day, the wind had a lot to do with that. He's more exposed to the wind out in Lake St. Clair than the other anglers, and it really hurt him yesterday, but he's off to a great start today.
When 2 of your 3 keepers so far on Championship Sunday are 5-pounders, you're doing something right. Doesn't matter if it takes all day long to catch 5 fish. If they're the right 5 ones, he could be our champion today. And Davey, we didn't even vote on this, but I'm cool with the truck just going with it. Power pole replay of the day, not 1, but 2 5-pounders for Joey Cifuentes.
Yeah, absolutely. Power pole replay of the day is a big deal for us, but I think we all agree here that Joey Cifuentes, with only 3 fish in his live well so far this morning, 2 of them are 5-pounders, and that is solid gold right there. So I don't call him the Sandman, I'm calling him the Gold Man right now with 2 5-pounders. That's what you have to have. Everyone knew going out this morning that we had 10 anglers had a legitimate chance to win this event, but boy, the odds are really in Joey Cifuentes' favor with 2 5-pounders. That's why he is our Power Pole replay of the day.
Only trails by 4 pounds, 13 ounces now with just 2 more fish to go to his limit. If he catches another 5-pounder, he'll be in the lead with still more room to grow.
That forecast, potentially 10 to 15 mile an hour winds, they haven't kicked up yet. The longer it stays calm for Joey Cifuentes, the better he's going to have, and the better chances he's going to have.
Those clouds are breaking apart as well. The sun helps everybody, but the sun definitely wouldn't hurt Joey.
I'm looking at the forecast, and those higher winds have been pushed back till after, like, we're off the water fishing today.
I knew this, Ronnie, but when you were at the screen of knowledge, it really jumped out at me. When we were here in 2020, the event was won in Anchor Bay. The previous 3 events were all won a lot closer to where Joey Cifuentes is fishing than all the other anglers are in Anchor Bay.
Been quite intriguing. It's also the one big difference on that screen was almost all of those events took place this week, but in August. So 1 month from now, and this is 1 month earlier, the first time we've been here in the month of July. It has been fantastic. We may start coming here in July a couple more times.
Heck, any time of the year.
Cooper Gallant's got his lead. He doesn't know Joey's coming, but with just 3 fish in the live well, Joey Cifuentes has jumped to 4th place, just 4 pounds and change back. We will see who makes a jump when we come back from commercial break on Bassmaster
Live.
Tuesday morning on Fox, the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup continues as Alex Morgan and Megan Rapinoe lead Team USA against Portugal. Coverage begins Tuesday at 1 a.m. Eastern with kickoff at 3 a.m. Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
You've been watching a little bit of that soccer.
Yeah, you were telling me you were watching the replay of the U.S.-Netherlands game the other day. They drew 1-1, had a draw.
I'm a big fan if they're on at 7 in the afternoon. Not at 3 a.m., though, I have to admit.
But you can watch all the replays as well, and probably Fox Sports 1 and Fox Sports 2 as well. Frank Talley snuck into our top 10. Boy, that was a coveted spot, 10th place. We had Jay Shakiri, you had Brandon Card, all ounces. 2 or 3 anglers within 4 ounces of the final spot, and Frank Talley, some key late day moves, able to net him a couple bonus fish.
Definitely made all the right moves yesterday afternoon. Oh, I know way to do it.
That was pretty cool.
Jumped right in the boat. Saved about 2 minutes worth of fight time. Kind of cool.
That was cool. They're jumping in the boat for Frank Talley this morning.
And Frank Talley, he's already won in the Elite Series in the past as well. He's looking for another one.
Not a lot of people expected him to get his first victory on Lake Guntersville in Alabama, but
and the way
it
he
oftentimes
did it
happens. Yeah.
Up the river, it's never won up the river. Just like Anchor Bay this week, it's hardly ever won in Anchor Bay, but they're making it work this week. Back in 2020, we had our season extend into the fall. So we saw a lot of different fishing conditions, and Davey had at Guntersville. I believe you were there.
Yep.
Very interesting way of the week.
It was, and it was real good to see. Everyone likes Frank Talley. He's a great guy, a very likable person. To see him just kind of do his own deal, go farther up. I guess, and I've been watching a lot of tournaments on Lake Guntersville through the years, a lot of Bassmaster events farther up the river than we've ever seen somebody win. That
It was neat that he was running and said, I'm going to stop short here and fish this because it looks right.
We've had
That's
that.
a big fish.
We've
there.
had that happen a couple
Right
times in
here.
Elite Series titles
we had
lately.
Bill Weidler, our 2020 winner, was running, got cold, shut down to warm up, started looking around, started fishing. It was a winning area.
I don't know if I'm buying that. He stopped because he got cold. I think these guys like to sandbag a little bit. Brandon Lester here with a good one on. Till the sun's coming out a little more than it has so far this morning, and that usually means bigger smallmouth bass being caught by these 10 anglers we have left here today. I think they all agree they like a little more sunshine. It helps their catches.
That's a decent one.
Smallmouth bass feed night and day, but in this clear water, when they have the sunshine, they're sight feeders. They
fish all new water.
They get up and start roaming around looking for those bait fish.
Water I haven't even looked at.
This is all new.
Yeah. I mean, it's still in the same vicinity, obviously, but. Right.
Cifuentes hooked up as Brandon Lester gets a weight on that one.
Well, I don't know. Not see a fish over there. I saw a clump of grass, but that's what I've been hoping to do. I don't know how big this one is, though. I don't think it's that big. It ain't little, I can tell you that. Skinny. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. It's long and skinny. But another keeper. That's good. That's what I like to see. I've been throwing in those little isolated patches of grass just because you can't see them in there, and just to check them. And there was a fish in that one, so. Let's see how much it weighs. I think he's gonna be upper threes, maybe. Yeah, 3 3/4.
Still short of his limit. That 3 3/4 goes right to the bottom line. Pushes him a lot closer.
1 pound out of the lead right now.
With one fish left to go for his limit.
3.5, 5, a 5, and a 3 3/4. Not too shabby. Brandon Lester, after calling just a second ago, and we saw Joey hook up, Come back to Lester, and he is hooked up again.
Big one.
Tell that sun. Just minutes after you see that sun coming out and it getting a little lighter, you see the bigger fish showing up.
Oh, don't jump, don't jump. Skinny, but it's a good one. Best part is we're starting to see more of them. That's a good thing.
Mentioned there, starting to see more of them. That's directly related to that sunlight, and those fish come up off the bottom a little more. They come out from those grass clumps like we heard Joey talk about. And when they do that, these anglers can see them with a forward-facing sonar. Over a 4-pounder, that's one. One that you want to take to the scales, 4 and 5 pounders.
For sure. Our second biggest bag of the day at 18 pounds and several ounces.
Biggest key, Davey, not that it's a 4 or 5 pounder, but that he got rid of it, just a 2 something.
Yeah.
That, you know, not getting stuck with a 2 something is even more of a key.
It's a good one.
Same situation for Brian Schmitt here. Smallest is a 2 even.
Boy, it's really going to get interesting, just like we thought.
I thought he was bigger than that.
Can't forget about Brian Schmitt bringing 23 pounds, the heaviest stringer of our top 10 yesterday. Did it kind of quietly.
Thought he was bigger than that. All right, him cold. Not big. Sneaky.
Davey, we got to see Brian Schmitt compete for a Bassmaster Classic title just a few months ago, the biggest title in the sport, and came up just short of that. But this man is a closer. He is a winner. I asked him on our Bassmaster podcast, does he get the adequate amount of love that he should? He has more semi-pro and pro victories than 95% of the world does. He is up there as one of the winningest all-time anglers, Brian Schmitt. When he gets close on the final day, normally he walks away with that trophy.
Yeah, absolutely, Brian Schmitt. Marathon peak performance for sure. Like you said, so many victories at every level, and we've just started to see how lethal he is when he comes up north, isolated grass, big flats. We've seen him at the Potomac, we've seen him at La Crosse, we've seen him here this week on Lake St. Clair, and he's certainly going to be around at Lake Champlain here in just a few weeks. So Brian Schmitt, certainly marathon peak performance so far here this week at Lake St. Clair.
I said, Brian, tell me why you're so good around clear water and grass. And he said, man, I don't know. And I said, I'm not taking I don't know for an answer. And then he started to break it down a little bit more. He just feels so comfortable. Grass is the one structure that's ever changing. It grows every year differently. You can't just rest on what the grass was last year. I said, there's more secret to your sauce than you want to display.
I thought you were going to say he got cold and he just happens to stop where those fish are. I don't know.
Look at the leaderboard right there. How many anglers have already surpassed 80 pounds, a 20-pound bag average per day? The top 7 are all over 80, and the bottom 3 are close as well. We'll be right back to Lake St. Clair.
Lake St. Clair is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here at Lake St. Clair, one of the best smallmouth bass fisheries in the world, right here in Macomb County, Michigan. Excited to be here once again. We come here every few years, and every few years we leave here wanting more, and it has delivered once again, Davey Height. over 80 plus pounds, 86 and change leading right now. We've got guys mid-80s that don't even have a full limit to their name today. We will see what that winning weight can push up to. Whoa, a little bit of an adjustment. We see Kiyoya Fujita making his way out of Anchor Bay below Metro Park. We will see if he stumbles upon some unpressured fish today. Meanwhile, in Anchor Bay, 8 of our top 10 still fishing there. Jacob Fouts, second year on the Bassmaster Elite Series, one of our college fishing studs that has made it to the top level just a few years out of school.
I saw Fujita slide down that way a little bit yesterday.
Very popular area where he has moved over to, traditionally on Lake St. Clair.
It's a good sign. I believe that was first cast with that little one and held it. I don't know if that helps me or not.
Heard Luke Palmer talk about yesterday making a change to a little smaller bait and catching most of his weight. Sounds like Jacob Fouts just did the same thing. A little smaller Ned head type bait.
It's 2.5. I don't know if it does or not.
You look at our TH Bean weather watch.
We'll have to see.
Beautiful day. When you come up north in the summer and it's 127,000 degrees in the south, and you come up north and it's 71 with light winds and slight clouds, that is what you want on Championship Sunday. For the most part, maybe you're a 90-degree guy, but for the most part, that is perfect weather.
Yeah, I will trade a little bit of that for 102, 103, like we've been
to
seeing.
the oven every morning.
What a great sight to see. Jacob Fouts having a bounce back tournament here and able to make the top 10. Needs it. You know, when you, Davey, you've had a very successful career, but there's probably been those 5 or 6 tournament stretches where it hasn't been successful, and you wonder, what am I doing wrong?
Big one too. He came up.
Cooper with a big miss
Big
there.
one.
Yeah, Ronnie, to your point.
Overcoming that and be able to just get some positive energy in.
What you have to realize is no one has ever been out here competing against the best of the best in tournament bass
There's
fishing.
2 of them, so.
That didn't go through a little dry spell. Everyone experiences that. You just have to overcome it. Put your head down, go to the next event. Just like missing a fish like Cooper just did,
Yeah.
make another cast. Might be a bigger one.
Gosh, the other one was big. Oh, it's not that big at all. Oh, that other one was a mega. Get in here.
No help there.
And keep up to date with Bass Track, to the live leaderboard as we go through the day. Each fish will get added there, and you can see how many they've caught in total. You can see the coal that they need, what their smallest is, the time of day as well.
Unfortunate miss there for Cooper, but that's just part of it. You're fishing for these big smallmouth, light line, small hooks. Sometimes you just don't hook up.
That fish was up high in the call.
Brandon Lester's gotten in a little pot of them. The last 30 minutes has been his time. He's caught a bunch of fish and a couple good ones as well.
fishing Lake St. Clair through the years in tournaments, that the landing percentage is so much higher now than it was years ago, and a lot of that is directly related to our electronics. Again, I talk about how the electronics has changed fishing on Lake St. Clair, but in those years before the electronics were as good as they are now, you could see the fish as good as you can. You used a lot of moving baits you could search with, whether it be a spinnerbait, snatching a tube, covering a lot of water with baits that these smallmouth have a lot of leverage when they jump to throw. These anglers now, they're using a lot of them drop shots and very light baits where these smallmouth just can't get rid of that bait because they don't have the leverage when they jump. We've seen very few, and I don't want to jinx anyone in the top 10 today, very few losses this week, considering they're catching
100%.
3 to 5 pound smallmouth.
And even when they do lose them, we don't want to hear about it. Everybody, faces that.
That's right.
Most of the people we hear losing them, they got cut a couple days ago.
That's right.
Didn't make the cut, but it is what it is. Taking a look at the 4-box of Cooper Gallant, Joey Cifuentes, some of our top anglers, and like we mentioned, Fujita made a move just a few minutes ago down south of our old takeoff location, Metro Park region. That's a very popular area, Davey, and we saw, honestly, the only other big group of boats other than Anchor Bay was right here south of there, probably 10 to 15 boats that were gathered there, and a couple guys who were in our top 15 that did not make Championship Sunday had caught a couple key fish from this region.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I fish exactly where he's at. Traditionally, you'll have a couple of your top 10 right where he's at, just a little south of Metro.
Oh, nice one. Ah, skinny.
Fujita's smallest fish, a 3-pounder. That'll certainly help him.
Skinny.
Four-pounder?
4.3.
Another 4.3, another 4 1/4. Close to that.
Good upgrade. Smallest fish was 3 pounds even.
Fujita has proven his skill set. Lake Seminole, he got 2nd place to Joey Cifuentes. Lake Murray got 3rd place to Drew Benton and Hunter Shryock. And
of course, at my house is going to be above
in
average
that event, he was doing
mother
something that no one else was doing. Now he's kind of with everyone else doing the same thing.
Yeah, I watched him quite. I was on the water at Lake Murray, and
I don't know.
It was very interesting. He was totally doing something totally different than all the other anglers that I was able to see. And I grew up there. It's my home
Probably
lake.
because it's already hot at home.
Very
so
different
like
than any locals.
That'd be pretty easy.
And he almost won doing something, very unusual for Lake Murray that time of the year.
Greg Hackney in the bottom right of our screen. 4 fish, 1 more to get to a limit. Luke Palmer, our day 3 leader. It hasn't been fast and furious for him, but he said, I'm going to try to avoid the area I've gotten a lot of bites with everyone else and try to just stick to the place that I've really been catching my bigger bag. What he has discovered with that 2 3/4 inch Great Lakes finesse minnow. I'm able to use that with the Ned style head, the jig head, dropping it down on him.
Let's not forget, 3 days of practice, he said I had 24 to 26 pounds every single day.
Yeah, it's not too bad when your 3 worst days of the week are the 3 days that have you in the lead. We will see if Luke Palmer can bounce back from a slow morning. Still just 11 pounds behind with 3 more fish to go. That is well within range for Luke Palmer. Looking at our top 10 leaderboard there, Cooper Gallant leads Joey Cifuentes. We got a couple rookies at the top of our leaderboard, and we'll see what they do when we come back.
Yeah! No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here for the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair. The 7th stop of the 2023 Bassmaster Elite Series season. 9 events, from states like Florida, Texas, Alabama, South Carolina, so many more. And we end our season in Michigan and New York. What a joy it is to be in Macomb County, Michigan this week. Lake St. Clair has shown out. What a phenomenal week of fishing it has been for our field. I normally say phenomenal week of fishing for the top 10. It was a phenomenal week of fishing for 57th place. Guys who didn't make the cut still caught 19 pounds a day, 18 pounds a day. That is top notch everywhere in the world except for Lake St. Clair this week.
It really is. I heard one angler say on stage, what a great week of fishing if I had not just been in this tournament, because I didn't do very well in the tournament, but I had a blast there on Lake St. Clair.
That looks like a
solid
couple
upgrade.
Shoulders on it.
You mentioned it a few minutes ago, Brandon Lester has certainly found him a group of these smallmouth that helped his weight quite a bit here in the last 30 minutes. That's going to help him too. That's definitely bigger than 3 pounds 6 ounces.
Wow. Check this out. This is pretty cool. He's got a
tag.
Little tag on him. And also, look what some dang crawfish pinchers in that joker's gullet. That looks like a lobster down there. Wow. Jeez. That is crazy. That's the first time I've ever caught one of those tags in his lip.
That is cool.
That is neat. Almost like a band on the duck. He ain't gonna help us any.
Wow.
Wow.
And if you minus the 3 ounces of crawfish he may spit up in 5 minutes, that definitely
crawdad. That's unreal.
Wouldn't have cold.
You think of the northern crawfish, for whatever reason, you see a lot of small crawfish and small pinchers in your live wells. At the end of the day, that was full grown, looked like a Louisiana mud bug.
And it was more of a
eating size
sand or a brown tan color, not as orange or green. Like there's all kinds. Depends on their environment too. They kind of chameleon on it, you know.
They do, but here's something that you hear. Oh, they're red, they're red. Well, that's after they've been digested. The acid in the fish's stomach had started to, they're.
And when you
don't find many bright red ones just out in nature.
Yeah, they match their environment a lot more. The sandy bottom places.
Yes.
Other things like that. The bands, Brandon Lester just caught one with a tag or a band in its mouth. One thing that we got to partner with the Michigan DNR this week, the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame had a conservation grant and they purchased 15 tags. Not only were they banded tags like that on their mouth, obvious, visible, but also transmission devices that they put in the fish and it doesn't hurt the fish. They're able to swim around. And there's a couple stations around the lake that have, when one device passes another, it triggers it, and you get to kind of see where these fish travel. When they get released in Anchor Bay, they get released in Metro Park, how far they swim, what's their migration patterns, what stage of the year. We learn a lot about these fish, and it helps us only good seasons of fishing. I think they opened the season around the first week of June, last week of May, things like that. It also helps the DNR know the health of the fishery when they get to track how big that fish was when they caught it, and a month later how big, or a year later how big. Really good efforts there, and that's why St. Clair's a top-notch fishery.
My first trip with a Bassmaster tournament trailer to Lake St. Clair was in the mid-'90s, and anglers back then were saying, you got something very special here, take care of it, and that's what they're trying to do. And obviously they've done a good job. That's 25, 26 years ago, and the fishing has gotten better. A lot more pressure, but the fishing has been able to get better and better. It's really amazing. Catch and release has a lot to do with that.
I think that little alert there that we just heard was Brandon Lester's on another one. It has been the Brandon Lester show for the last 45 minutes. Cameraman Brian Evie with him just texted me and said, his scale's set around 19 1/4, so his bass track's a little low. So 19 1/4 suits will give him basically another pound, and he'll be within identical weights of Cooper Gallant, right there at the top of the leaderboard, especially if this one culls.
He started 6, 2 pounds, 4 ounces back of Luke Palmer. Still doesn't have but 2 fish.
It's a nice one, but I don't know if it's nice enough.
That's why, we talked this morning, right when we came on, how anyone in this top 10 can win. And it's always that way. These anglers that are in the Bassmaster Elite Series, they're all capable of winning. But boy, you had some seasoned winners of Bassmaster Elite Series tournaments in the field. You have a couple rookies that everyone expects to see win. And then, oh, by the way, you had a couple of young guys that have already won this season. So.
Yeah, 2 victories in one season. We've seen it plenty of times. You've done it yourself, Davey Height.
I got lucky. I got cold a couple times and stopped. Good load of fish.
I'm not going to let you live that one down.
Yeah. Last year we had Jason Christie with 2 wins, classic. And then we skipped 2021. Palaniuk, 2020, had 2 elite wins. In 2019, we had 2 guys have 2 elite wins, Cobb and Jamie Hartman.
Yeah.
It's so hard. It's so hard. 9 events, 10 events a year, depends on the season. But usually about 9 events a year. You got 100, 102 anglers. It's just it's easy to do that math. Everyone's not going to win. For someone to have a chance to win twice, like we've got a couple anglers here today, very unusual.
Yep, there we go. Long and skinny.
I'm just joking with you. I read the same. You're just repeating what the angler said, and I get it. I know how they like to sandbag.
He's joshing me, huh?
Well, they like to sandbag and I just happened to stop on them.
Okay, at the Classic, I was talking to Luke Palmer, and he's like, when will I ever win? I'm starting to wonder. And then a month later,
he gets the win.
His first victory.
And then he is Mr. Consistent. Good to see him put that one in the box. Mr. Consistent, he goes, wins, then gets a 70th and a 98th, uncharacteristic. And I said, how would you feel getting a second Elite Series win with those 2 wedged in between? He said, man, that would just make it all better. All the last month and a half and the 2 months of waiting before we restart the season, it would make it all better. Luke Palmer's going to move up with that catch, at least weight-wise, maybe not position-wise, but inching ever so closer to his target weight to try to regain the lead over Cooper Gallant, who has held steady since early this morning. We'll be right back.
Yes! No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Bassmaster Live here, Championship Sunday, the top 10 fishing the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair, Macomb County, Michigan. So excited to be here for the 7th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series season. For Ronnie Moore, Davey Height, and Mike Sukon in studios, we're going to step away for just an hour and leave the show in the hands of 2 guys very capable, Dave Mercer and Mark Zona. Guys on site, take it away. We appreciate you guys stepping in.
And on a spectacular Sunday, Z. It was very warm earlier in the week, but this is about as perfect as it can be. An incredibly compelling tournament all week long, everything, but where are we setting up at this point?
Dave, really what's really very strange about this tournament right now, I made this comment off camera. We've talked about it on camera all week long. We have covered and fished so many tournaments on this body of water. Usually, if you're just tuning in, watching, number one, Lake St. Clair and the bodies of water connected to it, Lake Huron, Lake Erie, they're some of the best fishing on planet Earth for smallmouth, just fishing in general. And every time we come here, there's always a dynamic of somebody making one of those wicked runs on Championship Sunday. That is not the case this time around. A lot of our anglers, and I know Davey and Ronnie have talked about it, I've never seen anything like this where just outside of our takeoff here at Brandenburg Park, anglers have burned 2 gallons of gas all week long, said nobody ever on a St. Clair tournament. So really the next hour, what I'd like to do, Dave, is just kind of break down what it is like under the water, what are kind of the keys in Anchor Bay, which has obviously been the biggest player. We're going to talk about Joey Cifuentes on the south side of this lake, on the Canadian shore, but more, what is the phenomenon? What is the dynamic of why this happened in this tournament to where we have not really seen that happen in not years past, in decades past?
It is definitely an incredible fishery, nestled in between Lake Huron and, of course, Lake Erie. Some call it the 6th Great Lake, but in only his 7th Elite Series event. Young Cooper Gallant, a fishing phenom from north of the border, is leading this tournament and may have just won his first Elite Series event right across the lake from his home and native land.
Yeah, and really watching what Cooper Gallant has done in this tournament, being a rookie, the first time he has ever fished here, it's fair to say not having a lot of knowledge of this lake has helped him. He really doesn't have any talk. Said, this is what I have. Anchor Bay is what I have. It's where all my chips are in. And I think that's helped, not getting behind his steering wheel and burning a lot of time running around fishing areas that maybe he would have known in the past.
Why is that an advantage on this fishery? I remember Brock Mosley finished second here, but that was kind of his success, limited knowledge and locking into something.
Well, it doesn't hurt that his boat is sitting over top of about 500 big smallmouth.
It'll help. They're biting really weird.
Cooper Gallant has a YouTube series called The Chase, and it's all about chasing dreams, chasing fish originally, and it's not just bass he chases. He is truly a multi-season or
like
multi-species angler.
From the river runs through it, looking at those photos right there. looking at Cooper Gallant. Definitely chases down. And the other thing, really listening to Cooper Gallant, nice Cuda right there. Looks like the Keys, gorgeous weather, clear water. But really listening to him and a lot of other anglers and a little shark fishing right there from Cooper Gallant.
What can't this kid do?
Oh, exactly right. But watching what he's done on the Elite Series so far, especially where we're going next, Lake Champlain, then his more home body of water, St. Lawrence River, still definitely in contention to win Rookie of the Year. But one thing that you've heard with a lot of your leaders in Anchor Bay is you watch them in the morning. It's a typical tournament. They're all kind of on top of each other, keeping each other honest, you know, that nobody lands on the juice. But it's been later in the day. I've listened to this behind stage when you've been emceeing the weigh-in. A lot of your leaders said, it's when I start ignoring my waypoints from the day prior and just fishing away from the packs of boats.
So I'm gonna hang out here for a little bit and just see if I can get another couple big bites.
Cooper Gallant, a former snowboarder, former competitive snowboarder. He has put in the work to get here, and it's been incredible to watch his career. I mean, every year you could see the differences, not just in the results, but just his confidence and how he carried himself. And another angler hooked up right now, our day 3 leader, Luke Palmer. We joked about it in the dock this morning. I mean, he is a Oklahoma angler. He did not even own a spinning rod when he joined the Elite Series. He's now, went into the final day with the lead. And all he had was spinning rods on the deck of his boat, Z.
Yeah, and really throughout the week, he's been more, even though Anchor Bay is a vast area, there's been a core of, get ready, let me throw a number, of about 70 boats all kind of fishing within a 1.5 radius, 2-mile radius. Luke Palmer's been a little off that beaten path, a little further east, kind of left alone.
She's pretty decent though, ain't she? Don't come off fish.
So really the dynamic that's gone on in Anchor Bay this week is food. You heard Brandon Lester talk about it before commercial break. Big crawdad in one of the throats of one of his smallmouth is these mega schools where there's hundreds. They migrate in this lake dictated by what they put in their mouth. When their food is either depleted or their food moves, they move. And you'll hear that. You'll hear a mega school. Jason Christie, who's
throwing back in the lake, Luke,
done so well here, made the comment when he won twice, he was on one of those mega schools, and that's the whole key.
Oh, there we go.
Where their food is where they're going.
Yeah, like I said, they're not giants, but getting better.
You just got to feel it's kind of a race to
Aaron says, give me
23
a
to
little
24
yippee.
pounds. Whoever gets that.
Aaron say, give me a little yippee.
Even though this is a 4-day total, it feels like whoever catches the biggest bag today is going to win this tournament.
Which, of course, I get it. There's people at home saying that sounds simple. Of course, the person catches biggest bag. But quite often, we see a leader
giants, but
have a conservative day and protect their lead. This is not going to be a tournament where you can protect.
No. And the other, if you look at the conditions right there, what we really have seen this week, it got a little bit windy, especially for Joey Cifuentes down on the South Shore.
Typical.
It has been 4 days of really perfection. And again, you've heard it so many times throughout this broadcast, that sun is the key on this lake. A smallmouth is a sight feeder who hangs with his buddies, and right when the lights turn on is when he gets active and comes off of the bottom to where these guys are able to hit them with their forward-facing sonar. And the other thing, when the sun comes out, it happens instantly.
Definitely.
Yeah. Like it's not like, well, they got to get used to it for an hour. Literally, it takes 5 minutes.
And when you look at underwater footage, when that happens, it is literally like somebody turned lights on. That's what it is. It's that much of a difference. Joey Cifuentes hooked up with a critical fish.
Big ones just like sit there and flop, and they just like come straight up to the top of the water. This one is mean right here now. It's a mean one. There may be a reason why he's mean. I don't know.
Unofficially third and second, both hooked up live.
Yeah, the one thing about Cifuentes, this fish is going to go to his bottom line, all to his bottom line being his 5-fish limit, and 2 fish unofficially in his live well over 5 pounds. That is a handful for the rest of the 9 anglers.
The Cowboy had a unique morning.
They're just pretty.
One of the first anglers in the water. You know, I got here about an hour and 15 minutes before takeoff, and he's already tied up and sitting there. He does interviews, and
he's a lot bigger than I thought.
We'll see. Let him get this fish in the boat, and I'll finish that story.
No. Come here.
No. 3 1/4.
A little bit choppy service. Joey
376
on the Canadian shore. About 22 miles probably from our takeoff.
Come here.
Definitely not catching as many as some of the other anglers in Anchor Bay, but
Get over here.
You're good.
That one was better than I thought. Oh man, that's a coal right there, baby. That's a coal. See how much she is. Wow. Wow. That's all I can say, guys. Oh my goodness. It's another 5-pounder. Good Lord's looking out for me today. I'm telling you guys, this is good. This is the day you want to have right here. This is what you're looking for. I have got 3 5-pounders in the boat. Unbelievable.
It was a pound 5 back before this fish. I think we're looking at our brand new
I'm feeling good.
unofficial
I'm
leader.
Way ahead of schedule.
The cowboy, Joey Cifuentes.
Can you believe that? All right, I got to focus up here. Got to get back to work.
Trying to win his second Bassmaster Elite Series title in his rookie season.
Right. We talked about this yesterday a little bit. Think about this. He won earlier this year on Lake Seminole. Obviously very efficient with his electronics, forward-facing sonar. Won that tournament pretty much solely on a drop shot, doing the exact same. And here's something that's scary, Dave. Doing the exact same thing here in about the exact same depth. Fishing really from 16 to 18 feet of water in an area. There are no other competitors, which you don't generally see, especially on Lake St. Clair. And for him to ignore the contingency of boats that is in Anchor Bay and drive by them every single day, knowing his numbers were going to be down, but the quality was there. Yesterday was a slower day for Joey Cifuentes. You talked about this. This dude has potential to win 2 events, Rookie of the Year, and now possibly, with 2 tournaments left after this, Angler of the Year.
Wow. But it's not always smooth for him.
No.
So he's the first guy at the dock this morning, does his interviews, hangs out for an hour or so. Good crowd in the dock. The music's pumping. We're starting to introduce the top 10. He is the second boat leaving, obviously, from the dock, and he can't trim down. He realizes everybody's done this. You go to launch your boat, you forget to take the transom saver off.
It's correct.
So he literally had to say, wait, I'm just going to pull off to the side here and let the boats pass while I deal with this humiliation. But all of that is worth it if Joey Cifuentes earns his second Elite Series title.
Yeah! No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
A spectacular championship Sunday here in the great state of Michigan, Macomb County, Michigan, for the final day of the Bassmaster Elite Series, the 7th Bassmaster Elite Series, the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair, and it has been an incredible tournament. Let's head on out on the water and meet up with a guy who actually thought his tournament was done, was ready to leave. I did all right. I made semifinals Saturday. Not so fast, Greg Hackney.
Actually walked off the stage yesterday in a pretty bad mood. Was packing his stuff up till he was called back to the stage. Greg Hackney using a prototype lure. Can't really get into it, but it's a very popular old lure with kind of a new twist on it. Every bass he has caught this tournament has a little small spinner on it.
I don't know
he was
why
a little
didn't like the
elusive
cast
wanting to
before.
talk
I thought
about
I
it
was only
yesterday.
one. I guess I wasn't close enough.
But matching a lot of the bait fish in Anchor Bay. And
it's over with.
When you say you can't talk about it, is it can't or won't?
It's more of a he won't.
Oh.
Yeah, notice he turns around on Other thing to put into perspective for some folks here on FS1, seriously, the majority of these fish have come in a 2.5 mile stretch, while we have hundreds of miles of water to fish.
Gerald Swindle
is going to leave Greg Hackney right now and get over to
stuff.
Brian Schmitt. He's had a great tournament.
Marine, all you need. It is really good.
How many we talked about it yesterday, Dave. how many 3 to 5 pound bass. It's hard to actually comprehend the hundreds and hundreds, not a couple hundred bass, almost thousands between all of the anglers that fish days 1 and days 2, semifinal Saturday, and watching here today. This is one of the biggest schools of bass. You see it a lot here in April. When the ice gets off, you see massive mega schools of bass. But to see this in this area of the lake this time of year, very, very unusual. You do see tournaments won in this bay, but not the epic numbers we've seen this week.
That's a nice
Schmitt,
one.
a scary cat for the rest of the season. I mean, we're leaving here and going to Champlain, where he has won twice, one in the Opens, one in the Elite
just too
Series.
much on my wife to bring her. Gotcha. Like, my wife usually doesn't come.
His wife and son in town this week. Probably not watching. They were telling me this morning they have like a superstition where they can only watch like every 22 minutes or something like that. So if they happen to be tuned in right now, I hope they're having a great Sunday. They're all superstitious. Like, they all say they're not, but they all are total weirdos.
Yeah, one of our rookies, Koya Fujita, one of his superstitions, it appears, after he weighs in, is to not speak to anybody. Kind of to himself, doesn't want to give much info. We talked about it earlier this year on Lake Murray. Unbelievable young fisherman. I think you said in Japan he has, and down in your right-hand corner, I think he has how many Angler of the Year titles?
4 Angler of the Year titles. And here's the thing. He's 26. You can't fish tournaments there till you're 18.
Wow.
So between 18 and 26, he got 4 of the Angler of the Year titles and 6 individual wins.
Yes.
He is here to steal the dreams
of everybody.
Really is. One of the things that we've seen, obviously a smallmouth bass is basically an aquatic chameleon, but one of the things that we've seen here this week is a lot of fish with that orange tinge to them.
Yep. And you really, it connects to their forage. You were talking about it. It's a lot like a redfish. A redfish eats a lot of crab. The smallmouth, especially this week, you heard so many anglers after the weigh-in say, man, there's just a film of crawdads in the bottom of my live well, and you'll see them get that orange, that kind of that chameleon color. It would be akin to the reason I would say you and I look like a chicken wing or a piece of prime rib. It's a primary forage. But they do. But the other thing also, if you put a smallmouth in his live well, he will instantly, in seconds, you'll see his tone change colors. Literally seconds.
As they swim along the bottom. I mean, if they're literally swimming on sand and then they come up on a rock pallet, you can physically see them changing.
Yes.
What is your theory on
big
dark
ones.
fish versus light fish?
3 fibers.
Some, it's just that. I believe that's what color that bass is. But I have seen way more really, really jet black smallmouth, generally in shallower water and around rock. I don't know what connection that is, but it always, whether I have fished Lake Ontario, you have fished Lake Ontario, Lake Michigan, it always seems there is some sort of a connection with really, really shallow water smallmouth where some of them will turn jet black.
4 box, Cooper Gallant, Joey Cifuentes, Brandon Lester, and Koya Fujita.
So really to describe that bay, Anchor Bay, where every one of your leaders except for Joey Cifuentes has been, Koya Fujita has got out of there a little bit and went down towards area right outside of boat ramp called Crocker, down on the mile roads. But really, to describe it, it's shallower than where Cifuentes is, really 16 to 18 feet of water where you see Joey Cifuentes, but you're looking at about 8 to 13 feet of water and a lot of grass in Anchor Bay, okay? A lot of grass in Anchor Bay, and it's where you could find those clean areas, like areas that you almost, if you could visualize it on the bottom of the lake, crop circles of shorter grass. That has been the big key throughout this entire tournament.
Just in case you're wondering, Just how strong is our rookie class in 2023? 3 out of those 4 anglers in our 4 bucks. Elite
I don't
Series
know that we've
rookies.
ever seen that on a championship Sunday.
It's incredible. And we also have Will Davis Jr. that's not in the field today, but he's an Elite Series rookie and an Elite Series champion already. What a rookie class. But atop the leaderboard right now, Cooper Gallant, just a few miles from his home and native land of Canada. Cooper Gallant is trying to live a lifelong dream and become a Bassmaster Elite Series champion. He only has 9 problems to deal with.
Yeah! No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome back to our on-location coverage, Lake St. Clair. What a tournament, and what a tournament for Frank the Tank Talley. Needed a big event and definitely delivered. But they're in 9th place. Greg Hackney, incredibly happy. Yesterday on stage, he was talking about how pretty the fish were, and then again this morning, I never thought I'd hear that from Greg Hackney.
No, and Greg Hackney actually with a really, really big practice here had good vibes coming in and weighed in the first day. I think he had right around 22 pounds and was absolutely bummed out just because of what he saw throughout practice.
Cooper Gallant trying to chase down his first Elite Series title in only his 7th event. Already a Bassmaster Open winner. Taku Ito found smallmouth Disneyland with our BMC Monster Bag of the tournament on day 2.
Taking a look at a lot of your leaders here, a lot of your top 10 making Championship Sunday. And one of the things really coming into this tournament, if you went off of local tournaments, okay, if you went off of local tournaments, looking at Luke Palmer, your day 3 leader, going to get out to him right now. Up in Anchor Bay, you would never have seen this coming. Yeah, there's been top-heavy events, but then you see the weights taper off. What we have seen this week in this bay, I'm telling you, has really stunned a lot of the local anglers across the board, not the top-heavy weights of your leaders.
Luke Palmer hooked up. Told me this morning that why he was so excited about the position he found himself in. He said, the weights that I've weighed in these first 3 days are the worst days I've had here.
That's unreal to say that. I mean, that is unbelievable.
There's our buddies from yesterday. Yeah.
Got the folks at CNC Hardware on pins and needles back in Colgate, Oklahoma. Luke still works there when he's not in the Elite Series, but he keeps winning these events, and I bet you he'll show up a lot less.
Probably a lot less already. We was talking about that earlier today. The other dynamic of this lake, if you've never been here, obviously how great it fishes and all that, we've talked about it at length, but to be in a metropolitan area that gets throttled from the day the ice comes off till the day the ice goes back on in December. Generally the ice leaves here in about the first week of April. It is stunning to come out here and see it with your eyes. You know, the end of April, and I know a lot of our viewers fish here the end of April, beginning of May. A lot of out-of-towners come here. You will see hundreds of boats in a 5-mile stretch. In a 5-mile stretch that you're like, how does it sustain? And I believe what I'm going to say to you. The fish outnumber the fishermen. Really, you have no other explanation for it, because when you get off the water and you'll talk to a guide boat or you'll talk to a boat maybe for out of town, everybody's like, oh no, we caught 75, and some people will have a counter in there, but oh, we caught 110, and catching 70 to 80 bass here a day certain times of the year is almost like shooting par.
Wow. Favorite time of year for you?
Last
Don't hold back. I see what you're doing. Stop it. Stop it. The people tuned in to hear things.
I like when the weather's bad here. I come here a lot in April, mid-April to the end of April when it's snowing. It is. It's still snowing. But that's when, to me, then or the end of October, when you start to get really cold nights, I don't think it's weird. I really think a smallmouth genuinely gets upset. You always hear a cold front brutally affects bass fishing. I think on the adverse side of that, a smallmouth tends to, you've seen this, you've grown up seeing this, a cold front tends to ignite a smallmouth. It's almost like a different, where you'll get a different reaction where they'll really feed when it gets frigid cold. And the other thing that you see in April or in October, and granted, April is our catch and release season. You got to, unhook them immediately, let them go. But that's when you see truly giant stringers out of this lake, consistently 25 to 30 pounds, almost daily.
Wow. And the amazing thing about Lake St. Clair, at that same time, you just go in the Detroit River, it's a world-class walleye fishery.
Absolutely.
I mean, if somebody said to me, I want to catch a muskie, what lake do you think my odds are the best?
Absolutely.
In the world? It's here.
You and I have both taped muskie shows here, and what's funny is every single time I've taped a muskie show here, you have too. You catch a 50-incher, which I hate to say here again, that's kind of par.
Sometimes the best way to catch a muskie is just go bass fishing.
Yeah.
Frank Talley was very verbal about needing 3 solid finishes at the end of the season. Re-qualification, trying to get in the Classic still.
It sounded good, but no.
Said he spent 5 weeks, the 5 to 6 weeks we were off in between events.
Right.
He spent it on the water every single day in sweltering heat in Texas. But he said, I just had to get dialed in with forward-facing sonar.
Absolutely.
And he said, that's literally why I'm doing well here. Because of that work I put in.
And Frank's one of the good dudes on the Elite Series. You want to see him finish his season out and get above that top 70 where he's safe and doesn't have to worry about re-qualification next year.
Oh, no, don't do it.
Brandon Lester's family is en route. He said they were jumping on a flight at 9 a.m. in Huntsville.
It's funny seeing Brandon Lester fishing in Anchor Bay this week. Every time we've been here, Brandon Lester, he'll do it, but he doesn't like waves. He likes to hang up in the St. Clair River, North Channel, Middle Channel.
Come here, you big fat heifer. There we go. That's a good one.
Wow. Kind of had that vibe talking with Davey and Ronnie and Such second day of this tournament. Halfway through the day, they said, are these anglers, are they going to cannibalize each other in Anchor Bay? And we talked about it at length yesterday. These guys cannot dent the size of that school that they're sitting on in Anchor Bay until those fish decide to roll.
To leave.
Gives us a little bit.
It's all bait.
4 pounder.
All bait.
I've had several locals at the venue here tell me that's where the bigger bass have been for the last month.
And again, you see that this time of year, but I've never, for 30-something odd years of fishing, I've never seen the numbers this time of year that we're seeing in this tournament.
An incredible tournament and an incredible way to kick off the first of 3 stops in the north to finish off the 2023 Bassmaster Elite Series, the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair. And Cooper Gallant with 86 pounds, 6 ounces is just mere hours away from achieving a lifelong goal.
Bassmaster Live.
No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome back to Macomb County, Michigan. Got to thank the Detroit Sports Commission for bringing us in here this week. And that is something right there that our anglers are probably rapidly getting ready to
Exactly.
deal with. The sun is shining
Exactly.
and the gas pumps are dinging with giant boats.
Yes. Thank goodness the big Jobby Nooner, the big floating party that goes on in right around Harson's Island in June. That is quite a party. I will not confirm or deny. I have been to that once or twice in my lifetime. But outside of Harson's Island, you see all of your anglers up there in Anchor Bay, Koya Fujita, just south of Metro Park on Lake St. Clair. And that Jobby Nooner party, okay, the reason it's called that is lots of workers throughout back in the day, they called themselves jobbers.
Yep.
And they would take off noon on a Friday, take off at noon, and go out there, and they would have a time, to say the least. They still have the party. I think it's been cleaned up since the 80s and 90s. Good times, though, on St. Clair, right around Harson's Island. I know you've ventured in that area once or twice.
I have. I literally, I did not, in my early 20s, pre-fishing for a tournament that was here, I had no idea what Jobby Nooner was. It was a sweltering hot day.
How old were you, real quick?
I was probably 24, 25.
Welcome to heaven.
Exactly. I came around the corner. I thought it was an oasis. And I spent about 10 minutes there. I wanted to sell my bass boat and buy a Donzi immediately.
Yep. I believe that's always, I'm going to say it's the last Saturday of June. Somebody's going to correct me on that. Not that I've had that in my schedule for the last 30 years.
Can we have a tournament that week?
No, and there are literally, it's for folks that are from Detroit, you know all about that. Brandon Lester hooked up yet again. There are thousands, 2,000 to 5,000 boats there. A lot of fun in that bay.
All different kinds
of
fun.
Nothing about
Absolutely.
that same size, I think.
Brandon Lester hooked up in it on cue. Here comes some boats.
A big one on the graph now.
I'm just saying, let's have a tournament that week, and I'll gladly do on the water
Live
coverage.
hits from there,
Yes.
absolutely.
Yes. I had the weigh in there.
It was a cool thing Ronnie was talking about. Bass Fishing Hall of Fame
Come on, man, I need to get
with
back out there.
Gene Gillian, our conservation director from Bassmaster, and the Michigan DNR tagged 15 bass on Friday, where there's different remotes throughout the Great Lakes that'll be able to track. Basically, a lot of people wonder after you weigh them in, where do they go? So we'll be able to have some really cool information coming out here in the next few weeks on how, and that is one of the stunning things. I've done a lot. I did some stuff with Michigan State. How far a smallmouth travels, not in his lifetime, how far a smallmouth will travel in a day or two.
It's an incredible study, and they took fish from different sections. I know they had fish that came from the Canadian side. They had fish that came right from Anchor Bay, fish that came up by Huron. And we're not talking just about a tagging system where you have somebody else has to catch it for you to find out.
No,
this
it'll
is an
ping.
actual
It'll ping where he.
transmitter.
Yes.
Ain't no way.
Really cool stuff.
Love about 3 3/4, I think.
The locations. Send location.
Needs to be 385.
Maybe you scan that QR code.
Oh, yeah. St. Clair makes top 10 lakes.
360. I like what I'm seeing.
Lester,
out here,
being a Tennessee angler,
Well, I
obviously
was
smallmouth
finding
there,
out when there was a
but
big
he
one
is.
on the graph.
You get a lot of Southern pros that are just like, it's not my game. It's not.
It's his game.
It is his game. He's as
absolutely.
comfortable. Like at this point, we have to put him in that group of perpetual threats in smallmouth fisheries.
Every one of them.
Oh, my
Yeah.
goodness.
Cifuentes.
Oh, my goodness. It's another giant.
Oh, boy.
Stay down. Don't come off. Don't come off. No, 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 no. Oh, my goodness. This is a big one. This is a big one. No! Oh, my goodness. Come here. Come here, girl. No! Oh! Whoa! Did you see that? Oh, my goodness. That fish jumped in the boat. Yeah. Oh, my gosh. Give it here. Oh, my goodness. Hey, that's the way I want them all to do it. Oh, thank you, Lord. Unbelievable. Dude, I hope you got that on some, or whatever. It doesn't matter, but I know you got it. I know you got it right there. I know. Oh, my goodness. That fish right there is for my dad. I love you, man.
Back in the boat. He's making me
He
nervous.
took me fishing when I was a kid. Fell in love with it. Oh, man, that's unreal. All right, let's weigh it. Golly. That was so sweet. That fish jumped in the boat. Literally jumped in the boat.
There's time left, but I mean, he is a scary cat. And Z,
It's
you
not
are
quite
Michigan
5 pounds,
royalty.
but it's close.
Can a call be made? And let's just get Kid Rock down here to sing his entrance song.
Man, fair to say, things are going right. Granted, you said his morning was a little shaky at the takeoff. Your power pole replay of the day. Watching Joey Cifuentes, number one, taking on 9 smallmouth snipers here today, fishing in Anchor Bay, ignoring that section of the lake, running about 20 miles down to the south shore on the Canadian side of Lake St. Clair. But Dave, it's fair to say, number one, he already has 3 5-pounders in his live well, backed up with a couple 3.5-pounders. Your power pole replay of the day, pretty much life is good when 5-pounders are jumping in the boat where you don't even need to land them anymore. Joey Cifuentes, you are the power pole, potentially the power pole replay of the week, my friend.
Joey
That's
Cifuentes.
awesome. That is awesome. I've never seen him with his hat off.
Hey, that's the way I want them all to do it. Oh, thank you,
I guess
Lord.
so.
Kind of has bad head.
Unbelievable. Dude, I hope you got that on some, or whatever. It doesn't matter, but I know you got it. I know you got it right there.
That a lesson for you right there. Next time you back your boat in and you forget the plug, or maybe you leave your motor towed. Not only can you get featured on Qualified Captain, but you might just win an Elite Series event.
Something I want to say about him, if he pulls this off not in the core of where really the entire field has been, not just the other 9 anglers today, it's really where 90% of our field's been. To ignore that, go off and do his own gig on the Canadian side of St. Clair that has been dead all week long. Hey, dude, he has earned it, because unofficially, trust me, Joey Cifuentes is your leader right now.
Cowboy, very, very scary, and I'm still rallying. Let's get Kid Rock here to perform his entrance. Z, can you pull it off?
No, I don't feel real good about that, Dave, but It's been a heck of a week, heck of a show. Enjoyed it. Dave's E-Train Show, Bassmaster Live.
Yes!
No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here in Macomb County, Michigan, and the Chesterfield Township. That's where Brandenburg Park is. The takeoff right at the end of the horizon there. Big American flag right over there, and it's been a great place to host a tournament. And boy, Mark Zona and Dave Mercer did it as good as they could do it the last hour on FS1. We're excited to join you. Ronnie Moore here, Davey Height, Mike Sukon, welcome into the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon. Boy, we have seen some action and some changes over the last hour or so during our break. We got to go back in the green room and just watch it instead of commentate it. And Joey Cifuentes, he is the man that has just been on fire.
He really is, and I mean, it's been great to watch. We were watching Zona and Mercer on side, but what everyone is watching is what's happening on the water, and it was just absolutely incredible to catch those 5-pounders. It means everything. We've talked about it all week long. We've talked about how Joey Cifuentes has gone away from the pack. The other 9 of our top 10 have been in Anchor Bay basically all week. They ventured out just a little bit, but he has gone down south. It hasn't been the, let's say, on fire kind of place so far this year of Lake St. Clair, but he has gone where, man, you don't catch the numbers, but if you can catch 5 of those fish a day, put them in the boat, then you're going to do well. But I don't think anyone expected to see him come out with at least 3, maybe 4 or 5-pounders, and it's still really early in the fishing day on Championship Sunday.
Big deal with that, Such, was the wind. We've talked about weather all week. Yesterday, he was his lowest weight of the week, a lot of waves, and he wasn't able to be efficient. Today, we're seeing calm skies, bright conditions, and he's been able to catch them.
He knew he could go out there and do his road hunting where he hunts down the big 5-pounders. He's got 4 of the top 5 fish on the Phoenix Boats Big Bass leaderboard, so he's doing something. He started 12 ounces back. He's got 23.10 on the day, 91 pounds, 5 ounces total. Beats our last highest weight here ever at St. Clair.
Overwhelmingly does. He's been inside the top 5 all week long. We normally see wire-to-wire victories at times, or guys lead at least. We have had 3 different leaders. We could have a 4th leader, and Davey Height, you know this better than anyone. If you're only going to lead one day, you might as well lead the last day.
Absolutely. Today is a day you want to lead. And, you know, we talked about how fun this tournament was going to be, and the lead changes, possibly a tie. We had 21 ties after day 1 here. It's just been incredible. The fishing's so great, but man, it's shaping up to be exactly what we thought. And it's a lot of fishing to go. If you have not joined us the previous 3 days, about this time of day, we see most of our bigger fish being caught.
Real good. I don't know. Can't really.
Cifuentes is up on Luke Palmer by 4 pounds 9 ounces on Bass Track. Palmer needs to equal his 22 pounds, and he'll be right with him. He's only got 18.5 on the day, though, Luke Palmer.
He got bigger. He looks good. I hope he don't come off, because he does look good. He's a real dark colored one, so it makes him look. Yeah. Yeah. That's a nice one. Come on, buddy, stay on there. I need you.
Oh.
Yeah. It's a nice one. I don't know what I'm whispering. I don't want anybody to know. I don't want nobody to know what just happened. Finally. A little better one. A little better one. That'll be a... Hey, that's right. Come on, let's see that one or this one. What a pretty thing.
Good call there for Greg Hackney.
Davies.
Maybe we'll just hang around here, because every time I get close around here, I catch a nice one. When he first got it, I was like, I don't know.
Don't want to be too loud. Greg Hackney is in it with the Anchor Bay boys there, but
he is.
You don't want Greg Hackney's sly. He's a
champion.
He just didn't fight very much at first.
He was sneaky on day 1. He had like 13.5 pounds on Bass Track. Comes in with 20.
I didn't know how big he was, but I was like, he was bad long. Bad long.
I think some anglers, and maybe I had a little bit of this in me when I was fishing the Elite Series, whether you've got a secret or not, it makes you feel good to think maybe you do. Yeah, exactly. It's like he's hiding this underspin swim bait, like that's a new phenomenon. Hey, it's all part of what makes you click. What makes
How often is that bubble broken when somebody else shows up and doing the exact same thing, or your spot?
Not very often for Greg Hackney. He's had so much success.
I just remember an angler saying, I think I'm doing something different on the ledges than everyone else. I'm throwing a shaky head. And then like I interviewed the other 9 anglers, and like 7 of the 10 were throwing a shaky head, and I was just like, man, you're gonna hate the top lures gallery for sure.
I think the biggest one of all time was when people still thought they had the secret called a Cinco. It was like, and
that was pre-live.
Tommy
coverage,
Sanders and Jerry
yeah.
McKinnis taught this. It was an angler that, and they watch everybody out with the cameras that didn't want to tell him what he was using, and it was a Cinco, and they're like, are you kidding me? Do you not realize everyone else in the field throws that?
Frank Talley's starting his day in 10th place. Only can gain points today if he moves up. Just landed keeper number 3.
Don't worry about Frank Talley, though. Yesterday, about this time, a little later, boy, every call he made was on time, so expect to see him do that some this afternoon.
And you mentioned it, Such. I can't wait to show an updated leaderboard because Joey Cifuentes, with 4 fish, was just about 1.5 pounds, maybe 2 pounds behind the leaders, and then catching a limit fish of a 5-pounder, catching a 4 3/4, just last segment that the Z and Dave got to talk about. Woo. That changed in a heartbeat, and now he's 4.5 pounds ahead of Luke Palmer.
Yeah, Luke Palmer's fish had given him the lead right before that.
To show how quick that happened, though, it
could happen
still a
the
lot of fishing
opposite.
time
Oh,
ago.
100%.
Yeah. Speaking of that,
Cooper Gallant been leading for most of the morning, dropped down as low as 3rd now unofficially.
Good one. Maybe not. Choked it.
Yeah, you're 100% right, Davey. We've seen it with Lester. Everybody's kind of had their, even Palmer, a slow morning, catching them back to back. If somebody catches one, once they get it in the box or they make their cull, they can catch another one. They can find a little pot of fish that are willing to be caught. And for some of these guys that don't have a limit, obviously it can help fill a limit quick. For those who are trying to cull, you can really upgrade in a hurry.
so for the last 6 days, Luke Palmer has not had a stringer of only 18 pounds 5 ounces at the end of the day. So keep that in mind. You don't expect to see him staying at 18 pounds.
Frank Talley's hooked up again. This could be keeper number 4 for him.
Finally, a little better one. Three and a half.
Good upgrade there for Frank Talley.
3.5 will put them in that upper 70s region. Now we only have 2 anglers out of our top 10 that are below 80 pounds for 4 days.
Sound we love to hear on Bass Live.
I think it'll help. Yeah. Maybe not. Come here, not that big. Oh, yeah. That's all.
Wasn't sure if that was an upgrade, but it was. Back over to Brandon Lester hooked up.
Like we're in one of those 20-minute windows where there's so many overlapping catches across the entire playing field.
No. I could feel them big old head shakes. I knew it probably wasn't right.
Not the right species. Does have a small mouth though. Not a smallmouth bass.
Brandon Lester fighting for that title of drum master, as Taku Ito said he was the drum master. We haven't heard from Taku in a little while. We'll see about his progress. We have a bunch of anglers stacked in that 85 3/4 up to 86 3/4. 4 anglers within a pound of each other, right below our leader, Joey Cifuentes. Anyone can go on a flurry and catch a 5-pounder back-to-back and jump right up to the top, and we're here for it at Lake St. Clair, Championship Sunday. This fall, Bassmaster's flagship publication, Bassmaster Magazine, will be celebrating its 500th issue. Rarely do publications last this long and produce this many episodes and editions that have taught fishing fans across the world for so many years about the sport of fishing, how to catch more bass in your local lake, how to catch more bass at a national level to compete possibly on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Davey Height, I know you've been on the cover plenty throughout your career. It is a staple to our sport, Bassmaster Magazine. Can't wait to talk more about that and see that 500th issue where we honor the fans, all the anglers who have made this sport possible, and the great organization that has lasted well over 50 years in our sport. As we bring it in the Bassmaster Studios and the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, wanted to touch briefly of our top 10. We had a lot of guys with big-time reputations. 7 Elite Series champions. We have 2 guys who are rookies on the Elite Series without titles just yet, but they have titles in their home and native land in Canada and in Japan. And then our last angler angler that doesn't have an Elite Series title is a College Classic bracket winner, one of the best from college. When we think about Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing and Mercury Drain the Lake, our two fantasy game modes, sometimes you want to go against the grain and pick guys that are low percentage picks. Sometimes you go with the high percentage picks and hope that they pay off. 37% of the fishing fans playing this week chose Taku Ito for their fantasy teams, and 11% chose Cooper Gallant. Those are the two highest percentages. Still fishing today in the top 10. Great picks. I think Jay Secure was a very high pick and finished 11th place just outside of that. So you sign up, play fantasy fishing for free. You can win prizes at every event or for a season long. Maybe you get your feet wet late this year. You'll be able to be prepped for all of 2024. I know I saved Taku Ito and used him for Drain the Lake this week, guys, so I'm a part of the 37%, but I have saved Cooper Gallant for the St. Lawrence River, rightfully so. You could pick either one of those guys over the next 3 events, and no one would blame you one bit because those guys are great up north.
And I get to take somebody fishing on a Rapala Fantasy
do.
Fishing the winter. I'm looking forward to that. Might go smallmouth fishing this year.
I've been trying to rig that for years, but I can rig Drain the Lake a lot better than that one.
Might go smallmouth fishing on Lake St. Clair. Who knows?
Yeah.
Okay, Yosh, big one. Oh, good one. I think good one. Good one. I think. Yes.
Day 2, Ito had our Phoenix Boats Big Bass, 6 pounds, 2 ounces, and our VMC Monster Bag of 25 pounds,
Boom!
8 ounces.
Oh my God.
This is exactly, he hasn't landed this fish yet, but it's exactly what we talked about.
Yes.
The smallest fish, a 2.8. This is a
Big
5-pounder.
Yes.
Makes a big jump up the leaderboard. Conditions are definitely shaking up just exactly like Taku wanted them. Slowest day was yesterday, the windiest day we've had in this event. Said on the stage that that's no good for Taku. Wind no good.
It's a Mercer. Dave Mercer. Dave Mercer coming. Dave Mercer. Please. My best friend. Dave Mercer. My best. Yes. Hey, Dave Mercer, come on, Why you don't like me? Mercer, Taku, best friend, right? Come on. Mercer and Taku, best friend. Mercer, Taku. Crazy strong. Yes, got it. Yes, got it. Got it. Thank you. It's a Dave Mercer on the boat.
Beautiful fish.
That is a big one.
Giant.
Don't really see any resemblance with Dave Mercer, but if Taku does, that's what matters.
I will check.
4 pounds. I thought the big one's a Zona fish.
Yeah.
A mussel.
Yeah, but see, Zona took offense to it, so I think that he had to change it up. And give it to
Mercer fish.
I thought he was saying big monster, and then halfway through I realized he was saying Dave Mercer. So it is his best friend, and you know this, Davey. You sometimes argue and fight, and you're stubborn with your best friend more than anyone, and then you make good, and everybody's happy.
Davey Hyde, yes. Davey Hyde.
It's a Davey Hyde fish.
Oh, he's so fun. Call it Big Dave Mercer or Davey Hyde, whatever you want to call it there, Taku. Everyone loves watching you catch smallmouth bass.
Fish with many aliases. As he decides to fizz that fish, release some of the air bladder.
Oh, that could be big. I think it's a good one.
It's really like clockwork. You know, it's as fishermen, as anglers. You know, when I was a child, your dad and your granddad, we got to get up at 4 a.m., 5 a.m. You got to be out there at the crack of day to catch any fish, to have any success. But Lake St. Clair turns on mid-morning to lunchtime when the sun comes out. You see it day in and day out. The leaderboard starts popping.
I think it'll help.
Yep. So number 5.
This is where it starts to get confusing. You see guys go on flurries to fill their 5-fish limit. You see guys go on their flurries and they get number 5 and then call 1 or 2 times. And then you see guys who have had their limit for a long time. And now that they're upgrading, it kind of become like the Matrix. Not quite sure which ones they're getting rid of, if it was a half pound or if it was a quarter pound. And then that's where the differences are made on the leaderboard when it gets tight.
I can't stop thinking about the fact that talking to Luke Palmer, I know he's shooting us straight. For the last 6 days, he's caught well over 20 pounds. Several of those days, 23, 24-pound stringers. So, Greg Hackney, the only other one really spending a good bit of time farther back in Anchor Bay, said that he had some 24-pound type days, 5-fish limits in practice also.
You stop, jeez.
All the 5-pounders aren't way out on the south end of Lake St. Clair where Joey Cifuentes is. They're scattered all over.
From grabbing these dang smallmouth, man, they're just cut up.
Remember Palmer started 12 ounces ahead of Cifuentes.
I need some.
And Cifuentes was 1 ounce ahead of Ito.
Put the lotion on.
Been a quiet morning for Luke Palmer. Let's not let our day 3 leader sneak up on us now. He fell all the way down to 9th or 10th place, has filled his limit, now upgrading in a big way. Really at Lake St. Clair, it's not how big your biggest is, it's how big your smallest is. He is getting rid of those 2s and 3s by the hour. He is closing the gap on Joey Cifuentes and Taku Ito. They don't know they're down by 4 pounds. Joey doesn't know he's up by 4 pounds on some of the competitors. We will see as they get more intel and they keep upgrading when we get back. Baseball Thursday, special night. Fox, Alex Bregman and the Astros battle Giancarlo Stanton and the Yankees, or Pirates take on Christian Yelich and the Brewers. Catch the action Thursday at 7 Eastern on Fox. Welcome back to Lake St. Clair. Massive playing field for the 7th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series season. Sometimes you can stay close, sometimes you got to go far. A lot of our anglers have stayed close in Anchor Bay, Davey Height. But our Mercury move of the day, I'm going to go ahead and dub it. The one guy being different than everyone else, he deserves some sort of recognition. And not only that, he has taken our lead and has done it in emphatic fashion today. The Mercury move of the day, Joey Cifuentes.
Yeah, he's got to be the Mercury move of the day. To be honest with you, he's the only one that has moved today in a big way. Probably 15, more like 20 miles away from takeoff, away from Anchor Bay, where the other 9 anglers have spent most of their day. Joey Cifuentes made a move down the south end of Lake St. Clair. Not easy to do when you realize, when you come out in top 10 anglers and 9 of them stay on the north end of the lake, for you to make that move, it's got to be the Mercury move of the day, and it's certainly paid off for Joey Cifuentes.
I got it!
Officially, unofficially, official, however you want to put it, at least 3 5-pounders in his boat, which has him the lead. Still a lot of fishing time to go, but certainly Mercury move of the day, Joey Cifuentes.
Jumping in the boat.
That is the best way to bookend his early morning of a heavy 3, a couple 5s, and almost a 5-pounder right there. Jumped out of his arms into his lap safely. Normally they jump awry, Davey.
Yes,
they don't jump,
yes.
It doesn't go well.
I have a lot more stories about jumping awry than jumping in the boat, I can tell you that. So does every other elite angler, I think. But hey, when it's your day, it's your day. Cooper Gallant says this day is far from over. You know, it's really cool to see 5-pounders jump in the boat, but honestly,
Look at
like
that.
Cooper, Brandon Lester, Luke Palmer, they are upgrading a 1/4 pound to a 1/2 pound just like clockwork, like they have all week long.
There's fish around here, man. 100%.
That's a good one. No. Stop doing that. Please stop doing that. And they're gonna call, ain't he? Lance Armstrong fish. Look at him, he's like Energizer Bunny, just keeps going.
Luke maybe hasn't seen the numbers swimming around
like
on his electronics that others have in that big group of people,
but he just come at it like a fish rocket.
40 to 60 a day he'll see, and maybe catch 15 to 20 of them, able to be selective at times. Hasn't always pressured this place. He said he normally comes in around 1 o'clock, finishes his day here, but he said I'm going to start my day there because that's just been where I've made some key upgrades.
Today is really shaking up, very much like yesterday, other than the wind's not blowing as much. Thank goodness for these anglers. But Luke Palmer surprised a lot of us yesterday, just kind of hanging in there, like you mentioned, Ronnie, not catching the numbers of fish that we were seeing some of these anglers catch, but it was all said and done when the weigh-in was finished yesterday. He was the leader. And keep in mind, these are the exact same conditions we had on day 2 when Taku Ito brought in 25 pounds DMC monster bag to the scales.
And Cifuentes had 24 on day 2.
Yeah.
It's his big bag.
The calm day.
Yeah. Yeah, yesterday they both suffered. Cifuentes with 21-1 and Ito with 20 pounds, 6 ounces yesterday in the windy conditions.
Yep. Affected them more than anyone between day 2 and day 3.
I'm trying to make you a movie star, dang it. I know, I'm trying. You're probably running out of battery life on me. This is like the Energizer, buddy.
Palmer just
Gosh,
using
dude,
8-pound test. Sunline
Too
for
much
his leader.
You want to run around.
You just have to take it easy with these fish.
Yes, sir. Talk about give you a daggum heart attack. Yes. Getting closer. Oh, man, thank you, Lord. Not as big as them ones yesterday we had by no means, though. Four-pounder.
Key calls for our day 3 leader, Luke Palmer. I mentioned to Davey ounces and ounces. And then one part of your afternoon, you may catch a 5-pounder where you call a pound. And that's, you want to be prepared for that moment. Know exactly which one's your smallest, what it weighs, and be ready.
Yeah, that fish helped him quite a bit. I think he was a little over 4. He mentioned 4. A lot of times these anglers, when it's 4 1/4, they'll just say 4.
No brain surgeon, but I think 5 is the smallest. Thank you, buddy.
That wasn't just bigger than one of his fish in live wells, bigger than like at least 2 of them.
We need a 5-pounder. Or a 6.
That you do.
Now I get it.
So we head over to Taku Ito. I believe this was moments ago while Luke Palmer was doing his best to try to land that fish, Davey Height.
Yeah.
It took him a little bit, but you want to be patient.
Okay. Good one? No? Many bass, many bass.
Good shot there from a drone, and I think that's Jake in the boat with Taku. Always doing a great job.
Yeah. Maybe no. I would check.
Be close here. I don't know if it's going to help him. Smallest fish, 3 pound, right, Such?
That's what his bass track's reading.
Be a little
3-0.
be
He's
a
got
little
one
help.
5-pounder and 4.5.
282, no.
No.
No help.
No, sir.
Looks like, yeah. Over the.
Taku Ito looking for an upgrade. Trying to chase down our top man, Joey Cifuentes. Well, Luke Palmer, we're just with him as our day 3 leader really had a tough morning, honestly. On 2 or 3 fish for a long time, but this last hour he's made up a lot of ground.
I don't think it's going to help me, but it's kind of hard to tell. I almost didn't even throw on him. It's a smallie, but I can't really tell how big he is. I mean, I don't think he's big enough to help. I don't think, but he's tugging around like he's something. Pretty nice fish. If he doesn't help me, that's a good thing too. I think this is going to help.
Well, comment there, Luke Palmer mentioned if this doesn't help me, that's a good thing too. That means his smallest fish is a little bigger than maybe he thought.
That's listed as a 3.5 as smallest fish.
I don't think she's going to help.
Maybe a couple ounces here. Like he said, he needs a 5-pounders though.
Yeah. Needs a 5-pounder. You're exactly right, Such.
Or 6. You take a 6.
Yeah, oh yeah.
We'll be a little greedy on Championship Sunday. That's totally fine because you're gonna have to bring it. 91 pounds, 5 ounces unofficially for Joey Cifuentes, and that's probably not far away. He's been a little bit low, about a half a pound to a pound every day. 3 5s, a heavy 4 and a heavy 3 will go a long way to making up a 12-ounce deficit. He is on top by 3 pounds, 3 ounces over Taku Ito and Luke Palmer right behind. We'll be right back from legendary Lake St. Clair.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Progressive Insurance, and by Rapala.
Bassmaster live here at Lake St. Clair, 7th stop of the 2023 season. It's going to be the 2nd highest weight of the 2023 season as well. Santee Cooper broke 96 pounds. Luke Palmer taking that title, and he's in the mix again this week, and it's already over 91 on Bass Track. What a fantastic morning it's been on Fox Sports 1 with you guys joining us. Thank you for tuning in. These Bassmaster Elite Series pros are the best in the world, and they are on one of the best lakes in the country as well. For the Yamaha Midday Report, let's go through a couple of our top performers from this morning. Cooper Gallant, Davey Height, young Canadian angler, just showing out in 7th Elite Series event.
Yeah, absolutely. Only 7th Elite Series event, and everyone expected to see him do well. Rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series. But they really were looking forward to, including myself, looking forward to going on the northern swing around some smallmouth bass where Cooper Gallant has spent most of his time fishing. But he has not spent a lot of time on Lake St. Clair, so a little surprised to me to see him doing so well. This tournament's still far from over. Might get his first Bassmaster Elite Series win. Keeping it simple with only 3 baits all week long: a drop shot, a Ned rig, and another drop shot with a soft plastic jerk bait on it, a little bit bigger bait. But keeping it simple, just staying around the fish in Anchor Bay.
Luke Palmer said, I've got to keep it even more simple. Yesterday, he was going back and forth between 2 or 3 baits. In the afternoon, he really locked one in his hand, made a couple key upgrades, and said that 2.75 inch Great Lakes finesse minnow. I got to keep that on my jig head all day tomorrow because that's what's got me here.
Yeah, it got him where he needed to be. Yesterday it was a big bait change for him. He's been fishing around a lot of boats in Anchor Bay all week, but he has had that one area, like you mentioned, Ronnie, a little farther back in Anchor Bay where he's caught his bigger fish. From about midday until about an hour or so before weigh-in is where he's caught those bigger fish. Really, most of his best time, most productive time is yet to come for Luke Palmer. Kind of snuck up on us yesterday, took the lead of the tournament. Expect to see bigger and better things again this afternoon from Luke Palmer.
Now over to the man who has stolen the hearts of every viewer when it comes to smallmouth fishing and just his joy of being on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And honestly, he's stolen a couple $100,000 from these smallmouth lakes as well, Davey.
Yeah, Taku Ito is a fan favorite, no doubt about it. Everyone, I've never met anyone who has watched Bassmaster live and doesn't enjoy watching Taku Ito fishing, especially when he's going up north and catching these big smallmouth bass. Told all of us he doesn't have the power to land big fish, but we know that's not true because Taku Ito definitely has the power. Look at the beautiful smallmouth bass he's caught today. Calm conditions is what he wanted for today. Had a slower day yesterday because of the winds. He said Taku does not like wind and smallmouth. He's got perfect conditions today. Don't forget, very, very similar conditions to day 2 when he brought a little over 25 pounds to the scales.
Another guy who needed calmer conditions, didn't necessarily need them, but desired them because he is the one lone ranger, the lone cowboy, we'll say, out on the range by himself, out in Lake St. Clair, dealing with big waves yesterday at his lowest weight of the week. No waves today, hardly, Davey Height, and it has been a phenomenal, slow but phenomenal morning.
Yeah, it really has. Yamaha midday report has really got to be a lot about Joey Cifuentes going away from the pack. Top 10 anglers fishing today, only 9 of them staying close to takeoff, which is very unusual in itself. But Joey Cifuentes going on the southern end of Lake St. Clair, a lot of history down there. I spoke earlier in the week about Larry Nixon has won a lot of money down on that end of Lake St. Clair along with a lot of other people. To be honest with you, when their 5-pounders are jumping in the boat just like that, oh man, there's going to be 9 people. If he does win, and it's a long way from over, they're going to say, man, take your cowboy hat off to that dude. When they're jumping in the boat, you're not going to beat him.
When it's your time, and it may be Joey Cifuentes' time. That was your Yamaha midday report from 4th place up to the leader.
Help. Oh yeah, good one. It'll help. The landing draws we speak have not been good. Come here.
That'll help for sure.
That'll help, boys.
Right when we finished talking about the 5
Glad I made that move.
Talking about a slight move he made as well.
Glad he made a move. He's like, we heard Luke Palmer talk about the Energizer Bunny a few minutes ago. Cooper Gallant like the little train saying, I think I can, I think I can, I know I can. We keep going to him with a 1/4 pound to 1/2 pound upgrades.
That one's just killing me. No, I know.
She's the one going through the most fish, she's like today.
No, I know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, baby.
One of our top contenders to another. Luke Palmer hooked up with a different rod. Maybe he's not too stubborn today. So it looks like a good one as well on a bait caster.
Yes, sir! Yes! Be still, baby.
On a tube.
Well, big rod came to play now, boys. Yes!
That's a 5-pounder.
That's my boy Kyle. Shows up at the right time. Yeah, buddy.
Kyle Jesse out on the water.
He's had some camera boat mechanical issues, and he's back out there just in time.
Oh, man. Whew. She shot up off the bottom, and she knocked slack in it when she ate it, too. Thank you, Lord.
What a lake.
Yeah.
Palmer's smallest bag is 22 pounds. His biggest was 23.12. He needs that to catch Joey Cifuentes.
Wow.
He started 12 ounces ahead of him.
Okay.
Here we go. Taku's hooked up.
Oh,
this tournament is a long way from over, guys.
Man. The backside. Yes. Yeah, 2 fish. Backside is a 5-pounder, I think. This one is, I think, okay. But backside, another one is a giant.
About Luke Palmer using 8-pound test. A lot of the anglers use 8-pound test fluorocarbon below the 10, 12-pound braid main line. Taku uses oftentimes 5-pound test. Smaller line, that's why you see him taking it slow and easy with these smallmouth. Small hooks, light line, big bass.
This one is good too.
Oh
no.
Come on.
Oh, please. Big wave. Okay. Yes. Oof. Yes. But another one is a 5-pounder. Give me a second. Yes, 5. Yes, yes. Okay. And
the plot thickens.
Taku Ito started the day, I believe, 1 ounce behind Joey Cifuentes. So they will need to trade almost identical blow for blow when it comes to what they bring in today. Joey set the mark big time with a couple 5-pounders already.
So if that was a 5-pounder, that's Taku's second 5-pounder?
Yeah, he caught one about an hour ago. Let's see what he puts it in as.
Ooh, good fish. Yes.
One for Kyoya Fujita.
Yeah,
Davey, maybe that's a good one for Fujita, but Taku mentioned there was a bigger one. And so do you think that was a 5-pounder, or do you think the one that he thinks was bigger is probably a 5-pounder, if that one's not?
Just guessing here, but that was a solid fish there.
It was.
You know, maybe that was only a 4.5, but it was at least 4.5.
Oh, it popped in as a 3-pound, 14-ounce. He's up to 21.6, 2.5 back at Joey Cifuentes. So I think we're getting a little
4-pounder.
Maybe not as accurate as we could be
blurred
on
lines.
our entries.
Right. Blurred lines.
I think he was anywhere close to 25.5 when he weighed in that on day 2 on his bass track.
Correct.
It was a little low.
Yeah.
But no cameraman. They
I
have
know
observers, and they have, normally we got our 10 camera guys. They see fish every day of their life through a camera lens. They know how to judge them. It's a lot closer on Championship Sunday, but Man, when you're like, is this the 14th 4-pounder or the 15th 5-pounder? I can't remember.
Yeah, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. All I know is this tournament's far from over. It's a good problem to have.
3 anglers over the best winning weight here ever.
3 anglers, you're correct, Such. Top in the 88.8 mark. Got almost everybody over 80 pounds. Had a ton of 20-pound bags this week, and I know we're probably going to have 10 more. We'll see that when we come back. Tuesday morning on Fox, the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup continues as Alex Morgan and Megan Rapinoe lead Team USA against Portugal. Coverage begins Tuesday at 1 a.m. Eastern with a kickoff at 3 a.m. Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app. We did get some clarity during the commercial break. We were wondering 5-pounder, not 5-pounder. We got with the cameraman real quick, and he said, no, he thinks the one he saw with that fish was a 5-pounder. Maybe Taku Ito will land that fish in a moment. That'll really make things tight. But in the meantime, why don't we just make 4th place draw a little closer to the rest of them as we head out with Cooper Gallant, who's hooked up seemingly every 5 minutes.
It really is. It seems like every time it's a small upgrade. He does this every 5 minutes, he'll be our winner. And it's what he's been doing for the last 30 minutes.
He'll have to pause and come in to weigh in. He can't just keep catching. He'll forget the time.
Might help, actually. Oh, yeah. It's fat. Oh, yeah. Come here, bud. I need you. Come here. Take your time, Coop. Oh, he's hooked good. I don't think that will help. There's no way. No. No. Maybe.
I think he's a little bigger than that last one he picked up there. Be a little upgrade for Cooper Gallant. While he's sorting that out.
Yeah, if we could just, any tournament this season, we could just lock a 4-box and probably see catches seamlessly. It would be Lake St. Clair.
It started out extremely miserably slow. I didn't really expect that. I thought we'd pull in here and catch us a couple pretty quick, you know, and just kind of get the day going, which I guess we caught one pretty good one.
Well, he was chasing it, you know.
But it was,
and I let it go to the bottom. He nipped it, didn't get it, and I was like, I don't think he'll help any. He won't. Well, he looked good when he was swimming behind it, you know, tried to get it. He did look, I was like, but I reeled it, and I barely felt, I was like, I'm not setting the hook until it gets completely heavy. And he just barely, one time I felt it just kind of pull back, and then he backed off. After he did that,
he backed off of it, and I sent it to the bottom. And I thought I saw some more there, but we were rocking and rolling.
It's amazing hearing these anglers describe what they're able to see with forward-facing sonar, these fish following their baits, and how they react to it.
Could be it.
Finally, a decent one. Well, better one finally.
There it is, Such.
We've limited out. Everybody's got a limit. 102 first day, second day, 50 yesterday, 10 today, 264 limits, 264 angler days.
That's absolutely amazing.
What's even crazier is if everyone got to 20 pounds today, 10 anglers getting to 20 pounds, we could have 117 out of those 264 that were 20-pound bags. Not only did they catch a limit, but we could have almost 50% be 20-pound bags.
And we've had good conditions this week, but not perfect conditions. Like yesterday, the wind blew quite a bit. And then you have some mechanical issues that could happen. For that to happen, even with all the uncontrollables, that's amazing.
I think there's only been 2 other times in Bassmaster Elite Series history where the entire field limited out every single day of competition. Last year was the record-setting St. Lawrence River event where we had 160 20-pound bags and 100 pounds for the winning weight, things that have never been done before. And I think maybe one other time previous to that in history.
I think yes, I think no.
Yeah, when you're talking about in Bassmaster history, I mean that's a mouthful.
Pretty good.
I mean, you have anglers that ran to Lake Huron, anglers that ran to Lake Erie. I mean, all those things, they have to get back to the scales with that 5-fish limit.
Oh.
And everyone did it every single day?
Fat? Very fat. Yes. Yes. Oh, yes.
That's a Such fish there. Short and fat.
Oh, gosh.
No.
He's not believing his scales for some reason.
Maybe no. Very hard to see that.
Most of those anglers
Felt
keep
bigger than that.
Balance beam in the boat just to for back up
you
through
want to talk about
scales.
aggressive.
But
Like
powerful.
Nick got
That
it,
fish
like
was
took the
powerful.
rod out of my hand.
Powerful.
It's not that big, but I'm pretty sure if I can get my hands on it, it'll at least cull that little one. I'm pretty sure. I don't know, let's see. He's on. He helped a little.
That's one that Greg
He
Hackney
bit hard though. The way he bit, and he was up close to the surface. You know, I was like, freaking old hammer right there.
Been mentioned he needed to definitely get rid of, and he just got rid of him there.
2 pounds, because I think we were replacing a 1.5 pounds with him.
Such, one of our
I think that fish I threw back, I think he
one of our crew members on the Bassmaster website and tournament coverage crew, Chase Sansom, said if that fish is short and fat like Such, then I must be just a 12-inch keeper because I'm not much of nothing. Then I'm just barely.
I can really diss him to say, oh, he thinks he's a keeper, huh? He is. He does a good job.
All the conditions are setting up to be perfect for one or two of these guys to make a serious run on Joey Cifuentes.
You can see what happens when you don't bring your biggest weights. Greg Hackney, 13 pounds, 7 ounces behind right now. And the day we only started 3-3 back, everybody at most. You got to catch 20 plus every day to be at least close.
That's what happens when 5-pounders start jumping in other people's boats.
Weigh in today, Brandenburg Park. If you are in Macomb County, Michigan, or around there, go check out Brandenburg Park, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Dave Mercer will bring in all 10 anglers, and we will crown a champion. And right now, Joey Cifuentes holds the Yeti hot seat. We'll be right back from Lake St. Clair.
Yes! No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
The man on top of the Bassmaster Elite Series event here at Lake St. Clair is in his first year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. He is a rookie and in only his second event ever with the group of best 100 anglers in the world. He took the title in dominating fashion, Davey Height.
He really did, and it's amazing how similar that tournament is to this one. And you say, how in the world are you saying that? That was in Bainbridge, Georgia. We were right outside of Detroit, Michigan. Very similar in the fact that Joey Cifuentes, even though at Lake Seminole I thought there would be a lot of other boats in this area, he basically had it all to himself. He was fishing a drop shot, using forward-facing sonar, and he's done that this week. He's been away from the crowd, not in Anchor Bay. He's using the drop shot. A different setup, mind you. Fishing about the same depth, though, 16 to 18, 19 feet deep. And you see the other competitors that you expect to be in the hunt. Fujita right there, doing well, but Joey Cifuentes showing us very versatile, catching largemouth and smallmouth bass, whether you're in South Georgia or Michigan.
Joey Cifuentes trying to become a 2-time Elite Series champion. 2 out of his first 7 Elites wins. That's a pretty good win rate. I don't know if he can sustain that for a career, but if he did, he may be moving up the ranks for sure in legendary status. But Joey Cifuentes, like you said, doing something a little different. And instead of having a big lead to protect on the final day, he had to make up ground today, and he's doing that so far.
He's had big day twos, 24 pounds here at Seminole at 26 pounds. Won by almost 9 pounds there.
Yeah, you know, it's still got a lot of fishing time in a great fishery, so anything could happen. But if he would win today, 2 Elite Series victories in 7 events, first 7 events,
You're either going to lose, at this point, if Joey wasn't first and he was going to lose, he's going to lose to either Taku Ito, one of the best smallmouth anglers on the Elite Series, who has already had top 10s here before. You're going to lose to Luke Palmer, who's won, it would be 2 out of 4 Elite Series events on the schedule so far this year. And, or maybe a Cooper Gallant, one of the best smallmouth anglers on the Elite Series in his rookie year. Expectations very high. Brandon Lester, 2-time winner, 2nd in AOI. Like, if you told me I'd come to Lake St. Clair and catch 91 plus pounds and not win, I'd probably be okay with that. Bassmaster Trivia. Such cooked this one up during the break. How many watercraft are in the state of Michigan?
This is registered in the state of Michigan.
State of Michigan.
It's #1 state.
That fish that ran my bait.
750,000, 875,000, 910,000, or 1 million.
And then I caught was dark brown. And
so I'll jump out there and go first.
I'm like, I know the
researched
deal,
this.
those-
The first time I went to St. Clair in the mid-'90s, because I saw how many boats was just on Lake St. Clair, and it blew me away. Now, those numbers have changed now. I can't imagine anything other than 900 to 1 million, so I'm going to go a straight 1 million boats.
1 million. I'll go different. I'll try to be Joey C. It probably won't work out for me, but I'll go 875. 1 million. That is a lot of boats.
The whole
1
state. Think
million.
of all the water it's
Ding.
on. You look along the shoreline and you just go back, and then there's
see, but how many
there's unregistered?
Sutra, I want you to
everywhere. Marinas everywhere.
This is fine. This is something you can Google probably. I want you to figure out how many unregistered boats there are in Michigan.
Wow, now
you got to put your
that's a whole different can of worms.
Detective hat on for that.
The tax collector just came knocking.
On St. Clair, there's 150,000 registered in Michigan only.
Yeah, it's
US
funny
side.
that I had no idea that was going to be your trivia question, but it blew me away when I went there in midnight. And there's a lot of boats on Lake Murray in South Carolina, but you go up there and it's like, oh my gosh.
I think a 500,000 out of that million is going to be in that Jobby
okay.
raft off deal, you know. Later, is it either, what was it, last month or last week or something like that? Or it was in August.
Mercer and Zona were talking about that, and they said they've been there, so they should know.
Years ago,
we
though.
researched it. It's like
it's
a week
coming up.
away,
Yeah,
2
I
weeks
think it's
away.
coming
It's
up.
not June.
Yeah.
What are they thinking? That was just spring break.
That water's still frozen in June.
Brandon Lester hooked up back to the tournament.
That was about the only 1 minute reprieve they could give us from catches.
Brandon Lester's such a nice guy. He'd been waiting for 10 seconds to set the hook. He wanted us to finish talking about how many boats were registered in Michigan.
Lester over to Luke Palmer, 2 of our guys in the top 5 right now. That's kind of where the gaps are separating. Oh no!
Wasn't gonna help. She's skinny.
Okay.
We had Drew
It's
Benton
cool.
with a late
It's
catch
cool.
and Will Davis with a late catch this year to win events. We're going to see that this afternoon. Somebody with some late big fish to pull out the win.
You can't count it out here.
It could be when Joey starts running back. We've seen it before. Scott Canterbury was running from the Cooper River, and Stetson Blaylock wins at Winyah Bay. He could be running, and these guys are right inside of takeoff and catch one. That's important.
Cifuentes gets rid of that 313. He gets a 5. It's over.
Man, it has been a joy to bring Championship Sunday, the final day, top 10 coverage to you guys on Fox Sports 1. The Bassmaster Elite Series is the real deal, and these anglers have shown out this week. Brandon Lester, Cooper Gallant, putting on a show. We've seen catches that you could put on your hand how many times we've ever seen something like this happen in an Elite Series event.
Yeah, absolutely. The best fishermen in the world here on Lake St. Clair. One of the best fisheries in the world, no doubt about it, especially when you're talking about smallmouth bass. It has been a joy watching these anglers the last 4 days, especially today with having the top 10, having cameras in every boat here on FS1. If you've never been to Lake St. Clair, if you've never caught a smallmouth bass, put it on your bucket list. I guarantee you, you will not regret it.
Just make sure you Google when the boat races are, when the parades are. Just make sure you're aware that it is a big body of water.
Check the wind.
Check the wind indeed, man. It has been a blessed morning for Joey Cifuentes. If he holds on, he will be your champion, but we will be able to watch that all go down. We have coverage until 3 p.m. Eastern time on Bassmaster.com. Live mix where we'll have some angler commentary from the venue there in Michigan, breaking down the anglers as they go, and we will return with the full show for the last hour and a half of the day. We will see you in just a few minutes. Thanks for joining us on Bassmaster Live.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
絶対そう絶対そう絶対そうちょうどいいで多分そうねいた18番ちょっとショートしてるもうちょっとこっちダメだバックしろバックしてくれバックしてくれYes. てる。多分どうだ。だからいかねえか。ちょっと失敗したなキャスト。どうもつけとこう。違うか、バスじゃねえか。バスか。特大バスか。バスじゃねえな、多分。多分バスじゃねえわ。消えるかな。ちょっと。うん、これすごい。いった絶対そう。待って20メートル。何も動かねえんだよなバスが。つくけど。そうじゃねえ。違うかな。わかんない。どっちだろう。わかんない。いった。絶対そうだ。そうだわ。案外どうむずいんだよなマジで。負けて
Come on, fish. Where are you at? You got any good jokes, Kyle? You got any good jokes? My fishing habits, maybe? Oh, we're gonna go there, huh? Dang. Yeah, I'm over here trying to fish a tournament. You're trying to bring back old memories. Mandy said I'm not allowed to ever have another girlfriend on tour. Mandy said no more girls for me. Mandy said it. No. Yeah. Oh, tank go down to it and not ever touch it. Yeah, it's nice. Heck, yeah. It got downright kind of cool last night. We were eating at a restaurant and we didn't get our food until almost 9 o'clock, and by then mosquitoes decided to come out of the woodwork and they freaking got the heck. We asked them if we go inside and sit. It Oh yeah, they was eating us alive. So we went inside and hell, I had to wear a sweatshirt, which I freeze to death all the time anyway, so. Oh, I wish these dang fish would freaking eat.
What do you think? Big one?
That's got to be at least, that's got to be pushing 5 pounds.
Really?
Gotta be.
When okay.
At least 4.5.
Wow. Hey! Taku! Taku time. Every cast bite.
That's got to be pushing 5 pounds.
Oh! Really? 4, 6, 4, 7.
4, 7, so.
Crazy, man. What happened?
Let's get a 5, 7, man.
What happened? Yeah. Today, Disneyland, shallow side open. Always I caught the deep side. Deep smallmouth Disneyland I caught, but today, shallow. Hey. Smallmouth Disneyland in St. Clair. I love it. This one is small. Release. Bye-bye. Yes, sir. Let's go. One more. Okay. We'll get tie on. Leader. Yes. Yes, one more time.
Yeah, I think it will. Looks like a 4-pounder. So hard to tell. Maybe not. No.
Come on, fish, show up, please. Another big one. Mm-hmm.
Three-eighths.
でも食わない。いる。めっちゃいる。よいしょ。こんなもんか。いた。よし。いたいたいたいたいたいた。あ、違う。違う。ピキったかな。ピキったかな。ピキったかな。食わないかな。ピキったきそうよ。あれ違う。どうだ。ダメだ。こいつ切ってやがる。ヒュー。ダメだ。食わねえ。食わねえよ。Maybe no. Oh, good one? No? It's close. Maybe no. Oh, many bass, many bass, many bass. Too much wave. Yes, many bass. Mm.
3-6?
Yeah, 3-6. Fun.
So much fun.
Yes. So many bass.
Yes! No way! Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is sponsored by Garmin.
Man, it has been a fun 4 days of Bassmaster Live with the viewers at home. I hope you've enjoyed it just as much as we have in studio. The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite, Macomb County, Michigan, Lake St. Clair, the gem of Michigan, we could probably call it. If we look at our unofficial leaderboard based on Bass Track, Joey Cifuentes took that lead about midday after catching another 5-pounder, 91 pounds, 5 ounces. His lead has shrunk a little as Taku Ito, Luke Palmer, Cooper Gallant have inched their way to their goal weights. But one more key fish for any of those guys, and the game will be changed. It'll be a much tighter race. Davey Height, Mike Sukan joining Ronnie Moore here in studio. Why don't we just kick it off with the Toyota Midday Report with, it's hard to pick and choose out of the 10 great anglers, but let's just go with the top 3 who would be in the podium finishes as of right now, starting off with our Day 3 leader, Luke Palmer.
I say that'd be a great place to start for several reasons. One of the big reasons, Luke Palmer was our Day 3 leader coming into today, Championship Sunday. Luke Palmer had a slight lead, only about 3 pounds and 3 ounces between first and third, so everyone was certainly within reach. And Luke Palmer, we've had our eyes on him all day. Spending the afternoon for him the first 3 days when he really made up some ground. He had some areas a little farther back in Anchor Bay than a lot of the other anglers that were fishing Anchor Bay, which was about 70 of them. But Luke Palmer needs to make that move this afternoon. He said he had a lot of days, or all three practice days, he had 22 to 24 pounds in this area. It's kind of been disappointing. During the tournament days, he hasn't had that big day. He needs to have that this afternoon.
We've seen him adjust and catch a good one on a tube. Maybe a Frank Talley type adjustment in the afternoon will do well for one of these anglers. But Taku Ito, he's always dangerous on smallmouth. We saw what he did on day 2 with the conditions he was given, 25 pounds. We saw how tough it was at times with how windy and the waves he dealt with in Anchor Bay. Yesterday, slid back just a little bit, but it's still well in contention. A fish like that, Davey Height, is a reason why he still has a shot in this event.
Yeah, absolutely. They've still got a couple hours of fishing time. Keep in mind, unlike a lot of our tournaments on Lake St. Clair in the past, the leaders may be 20, 30, 40, maybe even 80 miles away from check-in. Most of these anglers are within just 5 or 10 minutes of check-in, so he'll have a lot more fishing time. Everyone knew coming in to this event that Taku Ito would be in contention, and he hasn't disappointed. Currently, unofficially in second place.
Joey Cifuentes, we said he is the X factor, the wild card, the one, I don't know, the white elephant in the room. You know, something is a little different about him because he is fishing so far out in Lake St. Clair compared to the rest of the field. If he got good weather, he could be much more efficient, and maybe he could target bigger fish instead of just hoping for bites.
This tournament has been enjoyable for a lot of reasons. It's been different for a lot of reasons. You say, well, the Bassmasters have been there at Lake St. Clair a number of times. They keep going there in the summertime. We're going to see the same old, same old. Very, very different. 9 of the top 10 anglers fishing in Anchor Bay. First time we've ever seen that. Joey Cifuentes fishing on the south end of Lake St. Clair, 15 to 20 miles away from most of the other anglers. In fact, 90% of them, 9 of the 10. I just got to say, when 5-pounders are jumping in the boat, you're going to be hard to beat.
It could be meant to be on the final day here. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. This Toyota Midday Report wrapped up with some of our top-tier anglers, but overall, we kind of got to give some love to all 102 elite pros, to the 50 that made the cut and the 10 that made Championship Sunday. It has been a phenomenal week of fishing. A lot of records are getting threatened. A lot of things we haven't seen are coming to fruition.
Yeah, you know, it's just been a great week. It really has. And it's far from over. We've still got a couple hours of fishing time, you know, but some of these anglers are going to have to catch a 5 or a 6-pounder to give them a chance. But, you know, we started out this morning within 3 pounds. We've had some separation since then, but it can tighten back up just like it has every day. But really and truly, looking at Taku and Joey Cifuentes coming into today, we really thought that both of those guides were going to be in the top 2 or 3, and they're really 1 and 2 right now. They're going to be hard to overcome, Joey Cifuentes, with those 3, maybe 4 5-pounders.
Mike Sukan, you've watched Bass Track from before takeoff starts, basically, until takeoff or until weigh-in is done. And every single day we see a big key fish. Jason Christie had that on day 1, like a 5-pounder, and we got to see him on day 2 on camera. Everybody's kind of caught a late one. Yesterday it was Frank Talley, a couple key moves.
To get in our top 10.
Is anybody on your radar? They have plenty of room to grow in their 5-fish limit.
Taku had a couple there, but he needs that 5+, maybe close to the big bass of the event, a 6.2 that he had on day 2, the 25-8 bag. He needs something like that. I mean, he started, what, 1 ounce behind Cifuentes?
And we talked about this. Zona said, and he knows as much as anybody we could talk to on a planet about Lake St. Clair. Will these guys cannibalize themselves in Anchor Bay? And he said no, and they haven't. But, man, it is tougher than it was on Thursday for these anglers.
Yeah, it seems like a lot less frequent of 5-pounders and a lot more frequent of 4-pounders. That's the one big interesting thing is, hey, when you get 5 4-pounders, if you're not getting that extra class fish, you can't really upgrade too swiftly.
Yep.
With Joey Cifuentes catching 3 straight-up 5-pounders and one of them close to 5. That is a dream day on Lake St. Clair. As we go out to Kiyoya Fujita, Bassmaster Elite Series rookie, has been so solid this week. As expected, currently just outside of the top 3 cluster that we just talked about on our Toyota Midday Report.
He's got all 4 pluses. You have to catch several 5s or one of those big 6s to make up his 5-pound deficit.
He has moved back. He had moved out kind of in front of the Metro, the Miles Road area. He's moved back in Anchor Bay, where he had spent most of his time during this tournament. And to be clear, they're still catching them. Right there's a good one he just caught in there. Just hundreds and hundreds of bass that have been caught in there in the last 4 days.
Long but skinny. Oh. Open. Yeah.
Kiyoya, some of those 4-pounders he's calling, they're 4-pounders, but that fish looks like more like 4.5. So probably got a little more than what we got him on Bass Track as also.
And the only hard thing for him today is starting at the deficit he had about 1.5 pounds behind Joey Cifuentes at least. He's not only going to have to catch him, he's going to have to catch close to 25, if not more than 25. That's kind of what you want to do on the final day of a tournament. If you have the lead or you're having a good day, you want someone to have to catch the biggest bag of the tournament to beat you. And right now, Joey in the driver's seat, Kiyoya would have to do that.
Yeah, some of those fish he's saying 4 pounds are a little over that, but we need to start hearing some 5 pounds, 6 pounds coming from some of these other guys to be able to make a run at Joey Cifuentes.
Ito's Bass Track has a 5-pounder, 2 4.5s, and 2 4s for 22 even. He's 111 back of Cifuentes on Bass Track.
I said to Jake Latendresse,
5 3/4 pounder, it could be game on.
Yes.
I texted his cameraman for Taku Ito and I said, how good do you feel about 22 even? He said, solid. Everything's over 4 pounds now. He's got those 2 big ones. And so he thinks it's, 5 4s is 20. If you have 3 4s and 2 5s, that's 22, and he thinks he's pretty close on 22.
2 big ones, huh? He's only got 1 5.
So it's 140. I was thinking I really need to cull one. I've got a 3 and it's a 3 3/4. I really need to cull that fish if I can, and if I can do that, I'll feel really good about what I got. I mean, I'm already happy with what I have, but if I could cull that fish right here in the last 20, 25 minutes, I'm not going to push on it getting back. I know I just don't know what the boat wake is back there in the bay. I'm sure it is horrendous. So I think comfortably I would love to leave myself an hour, but I don't know that I need an hour. So, but anyways, it's been an excellent day. I've got 4 or 5 pounders. I mean, what more could you ask for? So it would be great to get a little bit of an upgrade right here at the end of the day. Give me a real good solid chance at winning this thing. But so I'm gonna keep plugging right now and see if I can hunt me up one more. Do a little road hunting. That flurry of 5 pounders. I mean, especially the 4th one I caught. I kind of got a little teary-eyed because that was pretty cool. I mean, I've only had one 5 pounder each day, and I've managed to catch 4 of them today. So it's just sweet just to catch smallmouth that big. You know, I don't get to do that at home, and I look forward to coming up here every year or so, and to do it in the tournament. It's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. That was the best part of the day for sure.
What are you telling me, Joey? You can't catch smallmouth like that at Greer's Ferry. You kidding me? Up there in the B Branch, Clinton, Arkansas area where him and Larry Nixon live. Maybe numbers, but maybe not size. Looking at the TH Marine Weather Watch. This morning it was predicting light and variable winds, mid-70s, and it has lived up to the hype so far. The winds look pretty decent for being out on the main lake in July at Lake St. Clair.
It looks gorgeous up there. 77 degrees for a high, TH Weather Marine forecast.
Sometimes the wind is actually manufactured with the boats. How fast the boats go by you creates wind.
So I guess most of the big Donsies are up the St. Clair River where they're having that big boat race today, because it is unusually light recreational traffic on Lake St. Clair. I mean, 1 million boats registered in the state of Michigan. There's got to be a lot of them somewhere else.
Frank Talley can improve his standing a little bit.
Need Frank to make a couple of those calls like he did yesterday. Switch it up, make a little move, switch your bait.
Like Joey said, I've had a really good day. I don't know at what level good goes to great, but I think he's had a pretty great day. 91 pounds, 5 ounces. If Joey Cifuentes doesn't win with that, I'm not saying he's happy with it, but if you told him on Thursday morning, hey, I'm gonna send you out of here with 90 plus pounds and you might not get the win, that is a blessed week of fishing for sure. Joey Cifuentes, Taku Ito, Luke Palmer, Cooper, Gallant, and Kyoyo Fujita, that's your top 5. Still got some killers down below. Lester, Schmitt, Fouts, Talley, and Greg Hackney. Got to get Greg above 80 before we send it off at Lake St. Clair.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
We wish this tournament would last forever. This is our final hour of coverage here for the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair, Macomb County, Michigan. Before we drop you off at the weigh-in site with Dave Mercer and the top 10. We've had 7 of our top 10 end up winning Elite Series events already in their career, and a couple looking for some more. And from day 2, we had the huge storm. What is that, Sue?
It's a Skeeter Boats Big Fish Award, our big fish of the event. Taku Ito with a 6.2 in his VMC Monster bag of 25.8. Hey, that's some change there. 1,000 for winning the daily Phoenix Boats Big Bass. If it's overall, if it holds out in the next hour, it's another 1,000. And then for the big bag, VMC give him $2,000.
Hey, you might think that 25/8's untouchable today, but if Joey Cifuentes caught another 5-pounder.
Yeah, well, yeah.
That's 5 5s. I mean, I'll risk that
With
away.
some change,
Maybe we'll have a swap there, but that is quite a possibility. If Taku Ito can hold on, he will get bonus points for fantasy fishing as well for the biggest bass of the week and the biggest bag of the week.
And he's in second place. That's 35,000 to take second now. He's still shooting for the 100,000 win.
Here we go.
No big. No big. I need big. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
There's calmer out in the middle of St. Clair than in Anchor Bay here.
Yeah. Those are all boat wakes.
Too much power. I did. No. Bye-bye. Yeah. Very hard to. Okay.
With every non-call, you lose a little bit of hope, but you also know
right
that
there.
one random bite in the afternoon that you get could be the one. Joey Cifuentes is hooked up. He still has a less than 4-pounder in his live well.
He's got a buddy with him. I don't think he's gonna help. Man, there's like 3 or 4 of them down there. Come on up here, let's see what you are. See, I've got this one pegged pretty good. I don't know, dude. Their mouths are so hard. How yellow that fish is. Look, I hooked him again. See? My hook's good. He ain't gonna do nothing. I'm afraid. No. I should be able to eyeball that, but I'm scared to do something stupid. Okay, I feel a little better now. I'm hitting some fresh water, I think.
You get worried about culling and making mistakes, you know you got a good bag that you do not want to, I don't want to accidentally mess that up, what I've already done this morning.
Big.
Unfortunately, we've seen it happen, and you don't want to be that guy.
Not one bit at all. Joey Cifuentes has had a phenomenal day, a day you dream of. If you're going to go out in the middle of Lake St. Clair, you pray that the wind lays down, you can operate your boat the way you need to, navigate, see the fish, and land 5-pounders. Power pole replay of the day, the final one of the tournament, Davey. Hi, take it away.
Oh, the power pole replay today has to be that flurry Joey Cifuentes had about mid-morning this morning. I heard his cameraman ask him the highlight of the day just a few minutes ago, and he said, hey, it was that flurry of 5-pounders.
Here in the top of the mouth.
Well, it's not just a flurry of 5-pounders. It was number 2, number 3, and number 4. The 4th 5-pounder that he has caught today. He said he's caught one all week long. I think this at this point was his 3rd one of the day.
Man.
The final day, Championship Sunday, you need to be, you are our Power Pole replay today. And then when you do this, you might be Power Pole replay of the week. The 4th 5-pounder just jumps in the boat. He said, I've been watching you have so much difficulty with all my other buddies. I'm just going to come up there and jump in your boat, Joey Cifuentes.
He really missed out, I'll say, in the Power Pole replay of the day. It was a great promo for Max Sin. He could have been, he was so eager to jump in the boat and smell some more.
Exactly. It's 157 where I'm at. I don't know about y'all, but that leaves me an hour. And I'm not too far from leaving. I'm about to hit a couple waypoints where I've caught a 5-pounder every day, and hopefully maybe get me one more coal here. You know, got to get one more coal. That'll make me feel like I got a good chance to win. So I'm just stressing out. I'm fishing hard. Got my head down here on this live scope. My neck is killing me. It is, it's fun though. I've had an excellent day today. Just looking for one of them big old Dave Mercers down there. See if he'll, or she or he will eat my bait right here at the end, and I need it really bad. So appreciate everybody watching today. It's been an awesome day no matter what happens. Awesome day. That's a smallmouth right there. Oh, why didn't you eat it? Not eating it. I mean, went up to it and didn't touch it. Still all over it. Come on, dude. I think that's just maybe a fish I've caught or something, I don't know. Typically they've all just bit the first time I threw on them. So, that's not good. I'll find another one here. I'm right here in the juice.
Brian Schmitt hooked up. Me and Davey Height were just talking to our commercial break. Kind of a little more shocked about Brian Schmitt's lack of performance today. But if anybody was going to come from a little lower, he was onto something really good.
Yeah, a little surprising. A little surprising he's had a slower day than we all expected. Had a few texts from some other anglers that are not fishing today. Really wanting to know if it thought his bass track was right. A lot of people, not just us, thought that Brian Schmitt, even if he didn't win, would have had.
That's like the biggest compliment in the world.
Yeah.
He's got 17 pounds. I think he's got like 22. You know, when everyone always thinks you have more, not too shabby of a way to be.
Yep.
Sitting at 17.5 pounds now. He's only got 2 4-pounders, everything else under.
Now for the rest of the Elite Series field watching and listening to me say that, compliment that, please be accurate on your bass tracks. That only helps us give you praises more.
Schmitt has 2 wins, and he's going next event, Lake Champlain, where he's won. Finish up our season there in New York and then St. Lawrence River, where Classic Bertha's on the line for the winner.
He knows a lot. He has fished Lake Champlain a lot, evidently. You know, I know he's won multiple events up there, but I was on the water last year, or last time we were at Champlain.
10 more minutes. I'm going to catch me one right here in the next 10 minutes.
It was incredible, all the little subtle places he would run, make 2 casts, pick up and run to another spot a quarter mile away. He spent a lot of time there. You could tell watching him, just 1 hour of watching him in tournament mode there. He spent a lot of time on Lake Champlain.
I'm sucking. Nah, I don't know. I'm still like on the pressure, you know, weather pressure plus boat pressure on this, I think has hurt this a lot. And I'm having a lot of fish follow still. I mean, I've switched tube, drop shot, the drop minnow, and they're still just like, no, we're good. They'll follow it around, and so I don't really know. I'm kind of shocked, really. I really thought we'd pull in here, but I have only seen 3 fish all day that were above 3 foot off the bottom, and that's whenever it's fun, is when they're stacked up off the bottom. You can make a cast, and here they all come. So it's just or I'm running out of fish, which I've seen quite a few fish, but I haven't seen the quality that I was seeing from practice. It's definitely dwindled, but I really don't know. I've been wanting to kind of make a move, but every time I want to move, I see a couple of fish on the graph, and it makes me stay. And I don't know, I'm going to give it another 2:30. We might kind of make our way back out and fish another couple of little old deals where I got bit in practice, unless I all of a sudden start running onto them again here. But it has definitely been a grind. And when normally in in the tournament, this is when I've been catching them, was from 1 to 3 o'clock. And I don't know, I guess that school has just left the building because I can't find them today.
Come on, where you at, fatty?
So just do a little rough math in our heads, thinking about how many boats fish Anchor Bay. Zona said the first morning maybe 70. I didn't think it was quite that many, but he was standing there, so take his word for it.
I don't think that's going to cull.
No, that's not. We can keep talking about Anchor Bay. Let's say 70 anglers, and you heard anglers say they caught 40, 50 fish, some less, I'm sure. Let's take an average of 30 per boat. Fair enough?
Okay.
2,100 bass caught there in the first day. 70 boats. 30
it would mean,
fish
I mean, it'd mean a lot, because
day 2, another 2,100.
You get that first one, and
we're at 4,200 bass.
It's
caught.
awesome, and it's like a big weight off your shoulders, but it makes you hungry for another one. I mean, there's just no doubt. I mean, it's a great experience, yeah. So I mean, that's our goal. You know, once we get one, you want to get another. You don't want to just be one and done, or I mean, you want to compete and try and win all of them. I mean, that's the way I always fish, you know. But it would be absolutely unreal, man. You know, we're out here trying to make a living for our family, and that's what it's all about. So, the more money we can bring home, I mean, realistically, that's what we're here for. So. I want to provide and do the best I can for my family. I don't want to, be out here not doing that, especially while I'm away from them. So, yeah, it would mean a lot to get another win.
Guys, Joey Cifuentes. A little update about him. Before making the Elite Series, he had a string of top 3s, top 4s, top 2, but not getting wins, like being so close. So maybe on the Elite Series, he looks like a closer, looks like a winner. He had worked so hard in his career to get to the Elite Series, to get to the point to have an opportunity, comes through with a win, and now it seems like now he's feeling much more comfortable and being able to take it home.
Yeah, I talked to him after his win.
5 minutes.
He was telling me in the past couple of years during the COVID, he went and got his realty license.
baby.
Just in case, as a
wheel it.
backup career if the fishing didn't work out. But he said the win really solidified.
Do those?
Oh yeah.
Can he pass that along to somebody else?
there's a way.
Like if you were looking for a realty license, can he like hand that over to you?
I think you got to go through the school.
You didn't go through. Okay.
I did, and I do have my license. You can't pass it on. You got to go get it.
I'm gonna shoot over here towards these other waypoints.
Man, it's going to be a fun time in just an hour's time where the weigh-in will fire up at Brandenburg Park. Dave Mercer and the whole gang there. And it's our first time Bassmaster at Brandenburg Park for an Elite Series event. They've done a lot of restoration projects. So basically, the Great Lakes Commission and NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, partnered together with Macomb County, Brandenburg Park. Everybody got together to restore habitat. Not only did they fix erosion, they also have implemented other things that help vegetation, fish growth, and to make this a place where tournaments can happen. People can come and hang out with their families. You see all those, the courts and different things, parks. It's a big, big project, and we're super happy to be here at Brandenburg Park with them.
They're great.
We had 700 feet of steel seawall that was basically breaking down, falling up into sections, and then with the high water, made it even worse. We had huge sections of seawall that were pulling out, basically tearing apart. It was unsafe. There was a point where we had temporary fencing for hundreds of feet along the seawall itself while we came up with a plan. We had opportunity to create a unique environment. We started off with kind of a small concept, and it rolled out to be a much bigger project, which we're extremely happy about.
Just started with some phone calls. What do you want to do out there? What are the priorities? What are your time frames? And it looked like a really good match for our NOAA GLC Regional Partnership Program. Right now we have about 20 projects, which is essentially fish habitat. That's the primary focus of this project, but you have all these other side benefits.
It was clear it was causing a problem to the environment and becoming a major problem to this park. We looked at repairing the seawall, we looked at boardwalks, we looked at beaches, and all of those ran into their different problems.
One of the challenges with kind of this location is because of the circulating currents and the different wind patterns. The break walls were essential to protecting the shoreline. They're mounds of stone, large stone, so we designed some meandering walls with some breaks in between. They're really just to dissipate energy.
And this is where we are today, a softened shoreline and a project that is going to be sustainable and is environmentally friendly.
Another problem that we had with this part of the bay is poor fish population and poor diversity. So in the entire bay and Lake St. Clair, actually, this had the lowest population and diversity of fish.
For the whole St. Clair Detroit River system, one of the priority management areas from the fishery standpoint is the nearshore habitat, and that's exactly what this project is focusing on. That's all beneficial for the adult species that might use that, like largemouth bass, but also the juvenile fish. So we're going to be doing some electrofishing, doing some monitoring for the habitat project that was done here at Brandenburg Park in a controlled manner, putting some electricity into the water, and it causes the muscles of the fish to contract in a high rate. So we'll have two people on the front of the boat netting fish as we drive around. We'll shock for 20 minutes, catching everything, shock for another 20 minutes, just targeting juvenile muskies, and then another 20 minutes of catching everything. And then once we're all done, we'll process the catch, measure all the fish. We'll have that information to compare to a similar effort we did before the habitat project was done.
Really happy to see the incorporation of more naturalized landscapes, right? So we have a very formal landscape area close to the walking path that then transitions down into a more natural state in the emergent wetland and the aquatic vegetation area. By incorporating those two design elements, we're allowing the public to interact and engage with the space that's very familiar with them, and then transitioning to something that's a little less familiar, but it allows them to engage in that space with a sense of comfortability that I think is lacking in a lot of landscape design elements.
We did see a lot more fish in the habitat area, largemouth bass, some yellow perch, rock bass. and hopefully that holds well next year when we get another year of natural reproduction. More habitat's good. You get fish like that going in.
Without the Great Lakes Commission, this project wouldn't happen. They've been the best partners you could ask for from a time we basically took a concept, we looked at all the other projects in the Great Lakes and tried to combine different parts and pieces, so this project was a little unique.
There's very little of this Lake St. Clair that is natural, soft shoreline, and taking this big of a piece of it and softening it will have a long, long impact on the region.
I think an important thing to highlight with this project is the collaborative effort that went into getting this done. And that is one of the strengths of the NOAA GLC Regional Partnership. We have a lot of flexibility with our funding. We prioritize the collaborative effort from the local landowner to local contractors and community, all the way up to the federal agencies. It creates these wonderful projects with a lot of buy-in and a lot of support for getting them done and for supporting them out into the future.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is sponsored by
Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota,
and by Dakota Lithium.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here at Lake St. Clair. We're wrapping up a phenomenal 4 days. You couldn't ask for probably any better weather for 4 days and better fishing when it comes to the 7th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series season. Joey Cifuentes, 91 pounds, 5 ounces. He's your unofficial leader right now. Everyone else looking to catch a 5-pounder. There's no bones about it. If you have a 3 in the live well somewhere, you got to have a 5 to be able to catch him right now with the gaps that he has produced. But Joey on top. He's been in the top 5 all week long. Wanted to bring it into Bassmaster Studios real quick. The Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. Wanted to go over, we talked about Anchor Bay the other day, the little subtleties. It's 11 to 12 feet, 12 to 13 feet, how half a foot could really make a big difference in where these guys are catching them, where the grass grows, maybe if it has more crawfish or perch, all those different variables. Well, for Joey Cifuentes, when we talk about his location towards the south side and over in Canada, the one deal that we've talked about was that he's got a half a mile or a mile, maybe 2 mile stretch that he's just, been bebopping around, just zigzagging, looking for fish. And throughout this stretch, if you look at these different colors, this is obviously the south shore of Lake St. Clair. It gets shallower in the red and about 7 to 12, 7 to 13 feet for the green. Anywhere from 15 to 20 feet is in this light blue region. 5 feet may seem like a big contour change, but for the most part, once it settles out to a certain depth, it stays that depth for a long time. And throughout here, Davey Height, we know that there could be solid grass, there could be some holes places, it could be taller in certain spots, and Joey has just been kind of perusing this whole general area. There's specific and there's hot spots for sure, but it's not like these fish are just always on one thing. They're swimming a bunch. He has utilized this whole area and been able to really be productive. That's why it was so key that the wind died down, the waves don't impede his progress. He can kind of be a lot more efficient when he looks for the grass, looks for the bass as well off of those edges. He caught one earlier today. He pitched over to some grass, didn't even see a fish.
That's the one thing that changes in that area. This time of the year, a lot of big fish have been caught there for decades. The vegetation changes every year. The electronics, him being able to use forward-facing sonar and cover that vast area is, it's changed everything. The electronics, whether you're in Anchor Bay or down on the south end on the Canadian side. upgrade.
Yes.
I heard a little woo on that one. Solid fish here. Thick.
A web.
What do you think? 4.5?
Yeah, that's what I would say. 4.5. Yep.
So open. I think. So.
5 pounders have been few and far between today. Cifuentes has 3 that he's put in over 5. One other one close, and the only other angler, Taku Ito, with a 5 pounder.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Balance beam in those 4+ pounders.
In the waves.
In the waves, it makes it difficult. It's difficult. Might have a little more than we think he has, but you nailed it, Ronnie. We need to see some 5 pounders from anyone that wants to really challenge Joey.
No. I think no. I will.
It's hard to release those 4 pounders. You got to double check, triple check.
Can have 5. I need 5.
Yes, you do.
His 6th sense, he knows it.
Yeah, he knows. Luke Palmer knows. Kiowa knows.
It's so absolutely weird to be in the lead of a tournament and have just a ho-hum 20-pound day. And that's what it's been for Luke Palmer for the most part, just a regular 20-pound day.
Big.
Needs another good bite to change his game.
He's 212 back. He's got a 311 to 312.
That spinning rod in your hand for 6 days in a row. You pick up that bait caster. It's fun to just lay it to him. You could see he was having fun there.
I need big ones, Sago.
All right, let me.
Good up. Great day for Brian Schmitt.
Is he going to make the charge in the last 30 minutes, Davey, to the level we expect him to?
We hope so.
We will find all of that out in just a little bit. 30 minutes from now, the weigh-in will start at 3 p.m. Eastern time. Top 10 anglers will load up at Brandenburg Park. I'm not sure if it's a drive-through weigh-in today or not with all the rain they've had. I don't know if they're going to drive through the parking lot or if they will walk their way up. Either way, we'll watch the whole deal go down as Joey Cifuentes will be on the Yeti hot seat. With how good they're catching them, I expect that seat to change hands quite a bit until they get to the final few anglers. We'll see Dave Mercer and the whole gang in just a few minutes, but more fishing on the way.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is sponsored by
Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats,
Progressive Insurance, and by Rapala.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here, the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair, Macomb County, Michigan. It has been a fantastic week at Lake St. Clair. Anglers catching them non-stop, it seems. It's been a fantastic week. And Davey Height, why don't we just jump in and break down that week with some of our top contenders in our Minn Kota Unlock the Lake of the tournament. Lake St. Clair, 430 square miles. It has really gone down on this whole body of water, mostly in Anchor Bay, but we see Joey Cifuentes there on the Canada side making the most of having water to himself.
Yeah, if you've never been to Lake St. Clair, that 430 square miles is a lot of water. Joey Cifuentes is about 20 miles from those other anglers that you see there at the top of the screen. So a huge area, no doubt about it. But one thing that makes Lake St. Clair so great, average depth 11 feet, which means the smallmouth bass use every inch of Lake St. Clair. So not only do you just have a big body of water, you have a big body of water that is fish good habitat throughout. So let's look at Koya Fujita and his tournament he's had. We knew coming in that he'd probably have a good tournament here because he loves to use the forward-facing sonar, one of the best at it. I said on Thursday, gosh, you got to know that he's going to be around come Sunday, and he certainly has been. He's been within reach all week long. Just needs to catch that 5-pounder, something that Joey Cifuentes has been able to do, but Fujita has not been able to do. Lots of numbers, lots and lots of numbers each and every day. Caught all of his fish, for the most part, a few on the mile roads, but most of his fish there in Anchor Bay. The big deal for him and the other 9 competitors, they have not been able to put 5+ pound fish in the boat here on this championship Sunday.
And what a great year it's been for the Rookie of the Year race. Koya Fujita, this is his 3rd top 10 of the season, has not broken through for a win yet, Davey Height, but we know when you knock on the door that many times, it's going to happen. Another one of our guys that we're keeping an eye on for our Rookie of the Year race, and honestly, we just showed off one of the best Japanese anglers of this generation. We were showing off one of the best Canadian anglers, Cooper Gallant. We knew that smallmouth, it's basically ingrained in his DNA. He's also had some great largemouth success this year, but this northern swing, it was made for him.
Yeah, very much like you came here with a lot of expectations because he had done great things at a young age in Canada and in the U.S. Made it to the Bassmaster Elite, barely missed it his first year, then made it his 2nd year. Has done good this year so far. Everyone was looking forward to him coming up here on the northern swing. Thought he'd have a good set of tournaments, 3 tournaments. Not a lot of experience here on Lake St. Clair. Never fished a tournament here. Did come here and pre-fish. Found the bigger fish being in Anchor Bay, and that's where he stayed. He's kept it simple all week, using 3 baits, 2 drop shot baits, and then the Ned rig, a 1/4 ounce head on the Ned rig. Done a great job today. He has upgraded little by little by little, caught a lot of fish, but just no 5-pounders.
Our day 3 leader of the Lake St. Clair event, Luke Palmer, trying to get his 2nd Elite Series title of the season. Such a great tournament for him so far. And when you think about it, he made some key bait adjustments as well, Davey High. We've seen him with a bait caster and a tube in his hand. He's also utilized a drop shot at times with a yum warning shot, but making a switch on day 3 that put him in the driver's seat, switching to that 2 3/4 inch Great Lakes finesse minnow, having that on a jig head, not only that he can fish kind of like a Ned rig or just drop it and hover it right in front of those fish's face.
Yes,
Luke
sir.
Palmer, what a rebound after a poor Sabine River finish.
Yeah, you mentioned that Great Lakes finesse drop minnow. Only a 3/16 ounce head, so he was catching a lot of those fish later in the day when those fish came up off the bottom. Big key to his success yesterday and why he was leading after day 3. Luke Palmer hanging around a lot like Santee, thinking, man, he's just hanging around top 5, and then he won. He needs a couple 5-pounders this afternoon also.
It doesn't matter if this guy was in 10th place coming in the final day or 2nd place or leading. Everyone had their eyes on Taku Ito. When you kind of have a specialty and a skill set, his is smallmouth, obviously electronics, but when we come to the northern swing, he is absolutely deadly. We got our introduction to him in 2020 where he routed off 3 top 10s, and this week he has really excelled. He got the biggest bag of the tournament, biggest bass of the tournament, but those wind and waves on day 3 really hurt his bite.
Yeah, his slowest day by far, the wind and the waves there on day 3. Everyone, like you said, expected to see Taku Ito do good things here this week. I expected even a little more than that because I know how much time he spends pre-fishing, looking for little subtle differences in the bottom contour, little small sections of hard bottom. He spends weeks at places graphing and looking around. It gave him a great chance to win here this week. So far, he's in 2nd place.
And the only thing that can really outdo some of the best smallmouth anglers in the world is Joey Cifuentes this week. We mentioned it at the top with the map. He is the one guy who has done something on his own and has been able to persevere through all the conditions. He's been in the top 5 since day 1, whether it was 5th place after day 1, whether it was 3rd place, moving up to 2nd place. He has been in control of his fate and really dealt with the adversity. Starting off his final day of this event with a couple 5-pounders, we knew that it automatically could be a special day for Joey Cifuentes.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier. If you have a cowboy hat, take your cowboy hat off and give a nod to Joey Cifuentes. He went away from the norm. 9 of our top 10 fishing in one area in Anchor Bay. He chose to go about 20 miles away from them and fish, looking for fewer bites, but bigger bites. And man, did it work out for him in a big way today. And I don't even know if it's fair to have a 5-pounder jump in your boat on Championship Sunday.
Hey, sometimes when it's meant to be, it's meant to be. And this week, it was meant to be a great event at Lake St. Clair. That is your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake with some of our top competitors. We get back out on the water the last 15 minutes or so of fishing for these anglers. Luke Palmer holding the lead. Anything but a win would be a disappointment for him, but either way, he's gained a lot of points back after a couple tough events in a row. He's hooked up right now. He's got the bait caster and a tube in his hand.
I love that. When you miss one on a bait caster, you're thinking, dang, I missed him, and that smallmouth saying, I can't believe that crawfish got away from me. He came right back after it. Unfortunately, it's not a 5-pounder. A lot of good quality fish for Luke Palmer. I don't know if this will help him or not. Maybe so. A little bigger than I thought.
I don't think it's going to help, though, do you?
You just look down Bass Track right now, Davey. You've got 23-10 and 22-0. Kind of set the tone at the top there for Taku. Taku and Joey, they could both be about half a pound light right now. And then you look at 20 pounds, 2 ounces, 20 pounds, 1 ounce, 19 and a half, 20 pounds even. It has been so hard to set yourself apart in Anchor Bay today. A bunch of 4s, but not much bigger than that.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit in break. To think that it's a good chance between 4,000 and 5,000, and that's being conservative on the 4,000 end. Smallmouth bass have been caught in Anchor Bay in the last 4 days. That's crazy to even think about that number of smallmouth bass in one bay of Lake St. Clair.
Taku Ito needs another 5-pounder to match Joey Cifuentes' solid morning. He had 1 ounce deficit to him, so they have to have almost identical weights just to draw even.
I think no. Not big.
Still plenty of time for things to happen, but it's got to be wearing on Taku, Luke Palmer, Cooper.
No.
Knowing that got to have a 5-pounder here to have a chance to win, and time's running out. After catching 30 or 40 bass today, I mean, what else do you do?
And the one big thing as well is Joey Cifuentes has to run in. These guys are so close to takeoff, they can fish much longer. They don't know that they're trailing right now either. But they kind of know that target weight. When you hover in the 20, the heavy 20, maybe 21 and change, you know that just might not get it done today, especially if you think your competitors are catching 22.
Yeah. I would think any one of our top 10 today would have thought going out this morning, I need to catch 23 pounds to have a legitimate chance to win. And it looks like one angler has done that so far.
But now 4 pound, I think.
Yeah, Cifuentes been running a little bit. He's inside of American waters now and about to enter Anchor Bay. Get back to Brandenburg Park on time.
Heard he was going straight for Taku. I'm gonna go fish right beside of him. No, he didn't say that. I just made that up. That would be something to pull into Anchor Bay and see Taku weighing one on the scales, though. I feel a little self-conscious about how they're doing.
Yes, good. But I think more big one.
So close to Taku.
Jacob Fouts on the right side of your screen.
I can't tell how big it is. I think it'll help. It's a big one.
I think that'll help him. It's better than 212.
Talked about the top 5 in our Progressive Angler of the Year race. Joey Cifuentes could only move up 1 point today based on being second place, but that 1 point could go from tied for 7th, around hovering in 8th, because you don't have ties in Angler of the Year. There's tiebreakers, so losing the tiebreaker and being 8th place in points, if he moves up 1 point today and wins, he'll be tied for 6th and get the nod. He'll be 6th in AOY, so he'll jump 2 spots in AOY with 1 point. That's how tight it is right below the top 5. Going to 2 places that he has a lot of success as well. He's right there with Jay Shakira and Patrick Walters in the same boat of being 50-something points behind.
Yeah, you're talking about moving up 1 or 2 places in the top 10 or top 5 in Angler of the Year. You're talking about money.
Money as well, yeah.
Money. All those places obviously give you a berth to the Bassmaster Classic.
Big one or something, and Cole, that last one I got, but if not, it was an excellent day. You couldn't ask for much better than that on Championship Sunday, so I'm pretty happy about it. And you know, whatever happens today, hey, we had a good tournament, and I'm very thankful. So very thankful. Yeah, I mean, like I said, like I told Dave this morning, it'd be unbelievable. I mean, you know, to be in contention for those things, you know, Rookie of the Year and even Angler of the Year, man, that's I've had an absolutely exceptional year. The Lord has blessed me beyond belief, man. It's just been great. So you know, I mean, it's all good. I don't really know what to say about it.
I think he was going to say, if I win 100 grand, I'm going to give some to Ronnie and Such and
That's
Davey.
exactly what
That's
he
what
was
I
saying.
swear he was about to say.
That's exactly what he was saying.
What a great 4 days.
Well,
Hey, thank you for joining us on Bassmaster Live, letting us into your households and your life, entertaining you for a couple days. We've been entertained. Hopefully you learned a thing or two as well. Be on the lookout for all of the content from this event. The winner piece, whether it's Taku Ito, Luke Palmer, Joey Cifuentes, it's all going to be displayed on Bassmaster.com. We're excited for the weigh-in at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, 15 minutes from now. So go to the restroom, come back, dial up the weigh-in. These anglers will check in, and we'll make it official. Thank you for joining us from the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite. Joey Cifuentes, you're on the Yeti hot seat.